about to turn it up.
Fire makes the city look tonight. Close your eyes and just stay tight. We have to go. Stay with me while we leave. Don't worry, just believe.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Best Bet Live, streaming out of Jacksonville, Florida, 201 Monument Road. My name is Wes, and tonight we're bringing you a 5, 10, 25 no-limit hold'em cash game. Plenty of good action for this game. It's one of our biggest games we get on the regular, so we hope you enjoy the show. A lot of regulars here. Actually, only one new face so far tonight. In just a second, we'll give you a rundown of the players and how many chips they're playing.
I'm texting you right now. I think I got you. Yeah, you probably.
Folds around to the button. Nick raises to 75. 10-9 offsuit using that position. Andy going to defend the small blind. Ace-5 off. And Brian there, ace-10 in the big blind. He flats. And then Don already in for the third big blind, $25. He makes the call, ace tray. 4 players to the flop. Two jacks. Make his best with 2 pair jacks and 9s. And after they all check to him, he leads out for $125. And looks like Andy wants to make a call here. Yeah. Pretty loose call, ace-5, out of position. We got the other aces to fold, so if there is one left in the deck, he would be good if he hits it. 8 of spades on the turn. Nick picks up the straight draw. And he checks the turn. 9 on the river gives Nick trip 9s. See if Andy takes a stab at this one. There's a good check by Nick on the turn.
about all.
And perhaps the cards are a little wrong because now that I look at it, I see a 9 of hearts on the board, and it's showing Nick the 9 in his hand. So that's something we're going to have to fix. Sorry about that. That was Andy's pot.
No, I could do that. I could do. I can't bowl 5 games. I could bowl 2. Okay. But I bowl like a 120. Yeah. I'm not good. So we're gonna be like the 2 idiots with the bowling. Fine. Yeah. Wasn't I just a small blind? Right above. No, you're a button. Yeah, but I'm gonna do something.
All right, after that hand, Andy picks up 8-7 offsuit on the button, raises to 125. Nick flats there, 9-6 of spades. Slight favorite here, going to the flop, heads up. King high board, 2 sevens. Andy flops, trips. Nick checks to him. And the bet gets Nick to fold. Just joining us here via Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube Live, thank you for tuning in. Be sure to hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button so you get updates whenever we go live here on Best Bet Live. Tonight we are streaming a 5-10-25 no-limit hold'em game. In seat number 1, we've got George sitting down with 30K. Nick in seat 2 started with 5,000. Andy in seat 3, 3,700. Brian is in seat 4 with 5,000. Don in seat 5 started with about 4,500. Zachary in seat 6, 2,500. John is in seat 8, started with 10K. And Ian, rounding it off, seat 9, started with 2,500. George here picks up King 10 offsuit. Raises to $100. Gets a call out of Brian with a suited ace. Ace 5 heads up to the flop. 2 nines and a jack. That looks familiar. We check the flop. Another spade comes on the turn. Brian picks up the flush draw. We're still checking, though. 6 of clubs on the river. Checking down, ace high, good. Everybody trying to get a feel for the game, how things are going to play out.
I was almost a year and a half on that shit. And the pain knocked the plate in my poker game, which didn't help. Yeah. By the time I finally, I threw 70 blues, 30s down the toilet. 30 milligrams? Yeah. Oh, I could have sold them. People look. I tell myself, people are like, oh, you could have.
If you're just sitting at home here in Jacksonville trying to figure out what to do, head on down to OP. They've got the final flight of their 30K guarantee going on tonight. Just kicked off at 7 o'clock. Registration is open until the start of level 7. $200 buy-in, 30K guarantee. This is the last flight. You're going to start with 15,000 in chips, 30-minute levels. If you bag, day 2 starts tomorrow at noon, 40-minute levels tomorrow. So again, that is at Orange Park. The final flight of that 30K guarantee just started. So if you're looking for something to do tonight, head on down to OP.
Yeah, oh yeah, that was 2 years ago. I stopped. I mean, I don't even remember those. The funny thing is I still worked every day. I would start my morning with 3 blues and then crumple one in my coffee. And then I knew there was a problem. After like, that was pretty much when I knew there was a problem. Like a couple months later. No, and then one day it's funny, I said, I'm stopping today. And then like about 11 o'clock in the morning, my body was saying, no, you're not stopping. So I had to do it. And then I knew I was wrong.
Did you wean yourself?
No, I just done. Yeah. Done. It was horrible. And I sort of blame the doctors for putting me on it.
I mean, they're definitely overprescribed as they.
Oh, I'm big time into that. I'm doing, hold on. I'm actually extracting. doing my own because I was buying it. It's like $75 for a store. I went and did
Everybody folding around this hand.
make tincture. You know what I'm talking about?
A little bit. I know there's like a special one.
Well, this
George
is
scoops
I
the
used
blinds.
that, and then you got these crazy parts. I actually was set a fire in the back of my house. I went out in my backyard. Not my backyard, my patio. And what you got to do is take an electric oven, hot plate, and you got a little tincture, which is already 8 hours in the thing. And you got to simmer it and get it down to the oil. And I'm doing it. I'm like, oh, this is great. Yeah, it's looking good. Look at this, Lori. It's going great. And all of a sudden, flames. It shot over. It's burning my dog bed. I got pictures of that, actually. I'll show you. But now I get another batch and I like this.
Like when a game starts off talkative,
No, I went
bodes
running
well
into
for the
garage.
rest of the
Yeah, my
night.
wife already had the hose out.
Definitely.
Is that me? 75.
Andy with a suited jack raises it up 75 under the gun. Zachary calls 8-7 of diamonds. Ian out of the small blind, queen jack makes the call. And we got Nick in there. 4 players going to see this flop.
It's good competition.
What do y'all play?
4 high board. 2 spades though. Nick with the flush draw. He checks it. We're checking around. See a free turn card. 5 of hearts. It's a blank. And everybody's still checking around. And the 6 of clubs. Got a straight on the board, but Zach with the 8 high straight. Everybody's checking right now. Man, he's going to bet it. Why not? But unfortunately for him, Zachary's got the nuts here in seat 6.
Well, then we did 2 on 3.
And he bets $150 here on the river. And there's the raise. Looks like 600.
Imagine that in the blazing heat, and then also
700.
7 or 8 games.
To get everybody to fold.
You got a 7?
Straight on the board. A tough spot, yeah. Good lay down by Andy. At best, you're calling to chop, and it's just not worth it.
Oh, so you got 7, 8? No. No. Oh, shit, dude. I gotta take care of that. See how much more I can lose. I suck. Am I honestly the worst sports bettor you ever seen in your life?
No, man. Did you bet Georgia?
Not yet. I'm sure if they're losing, I'll bet them. Maybe I'll
You're not even the worst at this table, I can tell you that.
Oh, it can't like sports? I think I might be. What am I up? 25. Oh.
So we do have high hand going on tonight here at the Jacksonville location. If you're looking for something to do,
Scored a touchdown going
8
halftime.
to midnight, $300 every 20 minutes. This game is not eligible for jackpot. It is a time rate game.
Yep, they do. Just like they do in football. They just cover.
Wait, do you do that thing? I can't possibly lose 10 in a row.
Yeah. Fucking Ohio State's covered every game but the first one this year.
Yo, Ohio State blew them out today. They played a pretty. Who they play?
Penn State.
That's right. Oh, come on.
I didn't believe in the first half,
For
so
a
bad.
friend.
Penn State again in the second half. I didn't work out.
So we got heads up here on the flop between Andy and Zachary. Little rematch. Queen high board, 2 hearts. Jack gets the bet, and he's got the cut shot straight draw to go with his ace high. But his bet got Andy to fold. Zachary takes another one. If you're interested in seeing the upcoming live stream schedule, visit our website, bestbetjacks.com. Click on the poker tab, go down to Best Bet Live, and you can see the games we have coming up for the rest of the month. Any of the games there, if you're interested in playing, send your information to Johnny P at bestbetjacks.com, and we'll get you on the list for that. And you can see yourself here on the stream. I'll put the schedule up in the chat for you in just a second.
AFECA, something like that. I forget what it is. You have to have a Volley America card, subscription or whatever, and then yeah, just get a partner. And you have points and stuff that rank you based on previous. And right now I'm just
Interesting hand here. Nick wakes up in the small blind, pocket nines. It's the raise into 75. Andy is not picking up his card, so we'll have to play the guessing game there. He does make the call. Brian lays it down. We got heads up action to the flop. Andy could have pretty much anything. Showing a pretty wide range of hands. First few hands here on the stream. Nick leads out. King high board. 75. Thinking his pocket nines are good. Andy flats. That should slow Nick down here on the turn unless he hits a 9. He does check. The club gets there on the turn, so a potential flush out there for Andy. Andy did bet $100, gets a call. And we'll turn it up. I see some paint. Looks like a queen, maybe? Queen 9. He did turn pair of queens.
We're still going to be here.
I know. It's part of the reason why I always get late. Come late for those. That's cool. Yeah, let's do from Tampa. Here we go.
Yeah, some good competition down there. A lot of good players.
People only from Tampa are just like better at everything.
I thought that you moved. You're no longer.
It wasn't Mallon, was it? Drew Mallon.
What's his name?
Drew Mallon? Andrew Mallon?
I don't think that was his name.
What
I
kind of
wish I
player?
remember.
You a blocker? You a defender?
Jump serve. He's got a hit. He's a good hitter. So he's got strong. And you would know more than me. If you're an open player, you're like way better than me. But there's good competition.
I mean, the last straight.
Three-handed?
No.
Come 2 minutes earlier?
Right, that's what how does that not cost you that? I wish I was scared of kind of stuff like that. How does it
I got an ace.
Nah. He's old. This kid was older. Had a wife.
Oh, how do you miss that?
The wife's really good too.
Oh, that was it. The angle messed me up.
Oh, this is my other game that I had on the other side of the losing teaser. Where's Memphis?
This morning.
And they'd be losing.
This morning. But it'll be tomorrow morning too.
Where do I know you from?
I don't know if you know.
Brownie.
last time?
Oh, you were here at this? Okay, cool.
Yeah, he used to be an ex-school player.
I'm Ian, by the way.
California.
Ian, I'm Andy. How you doing, man?
Nice to officially meet you.
Yeah, that was wrong with me, man. Hey, who the fuck are you?
I always think they're late, so they're like already like 90.
What did they start? You said start at 8?
Yeah. If they
I'll break out there.
Pretty quiet night for George so far. Surprised. Just getting the lay of the table, I suppose. Andy, after Nick raised ace-jack, gets the 3-bet in with the suited ace-5. 2:25 to go.
Don't roll the favorites tonight.
Nick does have position. No, sorry, Andy's on the button. Nick out of position here. Got a little 4-bet going. I like it.
How much?
I'm counting 2 raises, 900.
You raised to 900? That's a strong raise. Wow, I got a good hand.
Big 4-bet by Nick. Gets Andy to fold.
Button is over.
queen.
Nice hand for Nick. And almost a good read by Annie there, calling the ace queen. Very close.
Hey, ready, Derek? Move up here too.
Yeah, where is Derek?
He's actually
Just tuning in. Thank you for joining us here. Best Bet Live, streaming out of Jacksonville, Florida, 201 Monument Road. We are streaming a 5-10-25 no limit hold'em game.
So he has to have surgery, and he has it scheduled in Tampa.
What do they do for that?
That's a good question. You'll have to ask him. He explained it to me, but I don't really know. They like
Is it a pacemaker?
no, they cauterize like something. They close like some sort of.
And we've got Ian under the gun here, starting out the action raising to $75 with pocket eights.
It's not a big thing. I mean, as far as heart surgery goes, right? It's not a big deal.
He does get action here out of George and Nick.
But they say like the recovery time is like.
Looks like it'll just be the three of them. Yep. Three players going to the flop here. George, pretty loose call there. Suited trade deuce. But if he hits, he's probably live. Board comes.
I've never seen it.
150 beats a minute.
That's queen 9.
Like it's genetic, I guess. Like it's
And he lost
hereditary.
weight. But he
Oh
lost
yeah,
weight.
he lost a lot of weight. He lost about. Oh shit, I don't even know.
70 pounds.
Nice run out for Ian here. He's first to act. He checks the full house, trying to get some action and did not get it. 8s, 4, and 9s for Ian.
I had 10 jack.
We were both trapped.
That would have been scary. I hit a straight.
I either had trip 9s or 3 high ones.
We were both trapped.
Oh my God, LSU's crushing Georgia.
How bad is it?
27 to 3.
It's up there.
On and off.
Yeah. You don't play a tournament next week? You don't play tournament?
There's like the main, there's next weekend. I'm flying out that Monday. So, and then the final table Monday. So,
Yeah. Where you heading?
Park City.
City.
We're in Utah.
Oh, okay.
Nice. My son lives in Utah. Salt Lake.
Okay. Yeah, flying there. Going there almost 3 weeks actually.
You know, I thought Salt Lake was so much bigger. When you fly in, it's just really not that big.
It's not that big.
No. I thought the Mormons had a big stranglehold on that whole thing.
I think it's growing. It's like one of the largest growing cities, I think.
Is it Utah? I mean, Salt Lake?
Salt Lake is up there. It's like at least top 8 or something.
How are your sons doing?
They're both good. The other one works for me. He just, for like 7 months now, he's been working for my trucking company. He's been running it. I haven't actually, he can't run it, but just now he's starting to really trying to make him handle it. But he had a little bit of a step back last week. We had a breakdown, and he decided to leave it to the driver. You know.
Yeah.
And you know, my whole thing was just, James, I want to hear that I don't hear about it.
Right.
And you handle it.
Right.
And I heard about it, and he was not. When I got a hold of him. Especially when I asked him, what's the phone number of the road service going out to the truck?
Alex.
Hold on. And I know what he's doing. He's calling the driver who handled it. And I call the driver before he gets there. I'm sorry. Okay. And the driver goes, oh yeah, James just called me looking for the phone. Ah, okay. So James basically was doing something that, he's young, he's 23, he'll learn. He'll get better. No, he'll get better. He's good.
Stay on top of.
Well, you know, he's a fat kid.
Quit teaching him about the business and teach him about poker, man.
No, he's got a big enough sports front. He's a small-time bookie,
Oh, yeah?
but You know, and I thought that was enough to hold me over, that I could watch it. And of course, he takes this one bet on Rookie of the Year in the NBA. And he's like, Dad, I might need you. This guy bet $50, you're gonna have to pay him $8,000. I'm like, what? You bet Hero. Some guy bet $50 on Hero, like early on. I don't think he's gonna get there, but.
That was me, Andy.
Oh, was you?
That was me, Andy.
It's always fun. I don't ask him for the money when he wins, but when he seems to lose, like he loses more than like 500, he's like, God, we're losing this week. This is not me.
You're like, what do you mean, wait? He was like, hey, you sat there on the couch and watched the games with me.
Yeah, unfortunately, he takes that. The other kid doesn't gamble. He's data scientist.
John in the cutoff picking up
what do we got
Queen
here?
8 of spades, raises it up to $100.
Bases already?
Everybody folds around to Andy.
I think I could beat that.
Already in for 25. Makes a call with a suited Jack 8. Heads up action to the flop. Ten high board, very nice flop for Andy. Flopping the nut straight here. He checks to let John get the C bet in, $150. And there's the raise, $350. John is open-ended, so he does make the call.
That's what you got. With nothing else.
John needs a jack to get a higher straight
Now you're
than
rolling.
Andy. And close on the turn, $400 by Andy. And John wants to see that river. He does make the call. And there's the jack. Great call by John there on the turn. Picks up the jack and the queen high straight on the river. Andy now checks to him. Let's see if John can make anything off this. $1,700 in the pot. And John bets 1,000. Might be hard for Andy to get away from this. He does make the call, paying John off. Rivered. Queen high straight.
Oh, I didn't think you had an 8.
You're so fucking
Whoa, I would have bet 3,000 I thought you had an 8. Yeah, you run so good that I didn't bet more.
Nice hand by John here. Biggest hand of the night so far. We'll take a look. After that, John already up 1,800 on the night. But it's early. Plenty of poker to go here on Best Bet Live.
63. $62.50. Trying to muscle my stack to the table. They get nervous when I go with the hands, John.
Yeah, right. You wasn't nervous on the flop?
No, obviously not. I couldn't get no 3 clubs out there. What do we got? I check.
He could be 2 pair though.
Yes, they could be more.
Okay, good.
3 players to the flop here. Nick, Andy, and Brian. Nick first to act with the mystery hand. Ace high board, 2 hearts. Nick leads out $50. Brian flopped a pair of 7s and the backdoor flush draw. He makes the call. 4 on the turn, gives Brian 2 pair. Nick checks to him. 175 in the pot. Might a $100 bet there. 150.
You're running back.
Right.
Saying, you have 7 and 8.
Back to Nick. He just called pre-flop. Bet the flop, and it's not like that turn bet. He lays it down, and Brian scoops that one.
He's got 7 and 8. George got 1 and 6. Yeah, George got 1 and 6.
I got 3.
George doesn't know the accent of 6.
And you probably would have got 2 grand off me, John.
Huh?
You probably would have got 2.
I know. I didn't think you had an 8.
Didn't you flop it?
Yeah.
Like the straight?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had more than you.
Tricked me, man.
I know, that's why I love his reaction to whenever he saw his hand. He goes, oh, I didn't think
He had an 8.
He had the everything.
He was like, oh, I didn't
And
realize.
then the board went from bad to worse.
Well, yeah, on the turn.
I know, you pair it up, so if he's got anything like 2 pair or.
George gets the raise in here with a suited king, $100 to go. Nick right behind on the button makes the call, 10-8 of hearts, and Don pocket 9s. Action back to him. Gets the 3-bet in, 325 to go.
That don't sound right.
Does not scare
sounds like
George
my-
or Nick. And we got Andy trying to figure out
Listen to
Bluetooth
that
technology over here.
That's his comeback music.
Ace high board here.
Pumped up.
Nick flops a pair of 8s. Don's 9s are still good. He puts the C-bet in after the 3-bet pre-flop, and that gets both George and Nick to fold. Here, Jacksonville, we've got the 12 Days of Christmas coming up just around the corner here. Again, starting on Thursday the 12th and going through the 23rd. High hands start on the 12th, $1,200 every hour from 2 to 10, and every day after that they're going to go up by $100. Ending on the 23rd, $2,300 high hands from 2 to 10 p.m. Sure to come and get your share of all that promotion. Most popular one of the year. Just in time for the holidays with some get some cash to buy some gifts for your family, your friends. Heads up action here. King high board, Zachary flops the pair of kings. George checks behind. 10 high. No, sorry, he bets 100. Of course, Zachary flats there with top pair. George picks up the flush draw, the straight flush draw here on the turn. It'll be hard to get him out of this. He bets $500. Next, still with the best hand, top pair with a decent kicker. He just flats the 500. George spikes a 10 on the river. Zachary still checking, but George checks right behind, not falling into that trap. Nice little pot for Zachary there. Just a reminder, we do have holiday hours coming up on Christmas. We're going to close on Christmas Eve at 6 p.m. and open on Christmas at 3 p.m. So if you're looking to play on those days, make note of that. And then we do have the Monster High Hand at the end of the month, December the 28th. That's a Saturday. This promotion is shared between both Jacksonville and Orange Park. $6,000 high hand. We've got 2 periods, noon to 6 p.m. and then from 6 p.m. to midnight. High hand gets $6,000. It can be shared. So if you somebody hits a royal flush, you can still hit a royal flush and split it with them. Again, that works at both locations here in Jacksonville and over at Orange Park.
I want a rubber bracelet.
Mark your calendars for that. Saturday, December 28th.
What do they call it?
3 players here. Zachary flopping top pair with the aces. Don has the gut shot straight draw. And John has bottom pair. Everybody has a little piece of that. Zachary's going to bet out here. Pair of aces.
Is it wet?
On a 25.
Andy,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Don's looking for that jack. He makes the call.
You guys are in for a night.
scared Nick, man.
I was wondering why he looked at me like that.
And spikes the jack on the turn for Broadway. He is first to act. Checks here, try to get a little something out of Zachary, but Zach checks right behind. Going to the river. Trip aces. Sorry, full house for Zachary. What a river. And after Zachary checks the turn, should see a bet out of Don here.
A little softer.
Pretty moist.
Leads out 275. Let's see if Zachary can get anything more out of Don in this spot. Very bad river card for Don. So with that bet, there's 750 in the pot.
15,000 steps a day with me. That's walking and running.
You know why?
Looks to get a raise together.
Is that one day you try to fucking arm wrestle me?
You know, you hurt my arm for like a month and a half. Dude, no, this part. We arm him. He's pretty strong also. I'll give you credit.
Raises
John,
it up
you're strong.
to
You can
$900.
beat me, but you're strong.
3 hearts on the board and
Most
a
people
paired
just say
board.
laugh.
Might be Don might be able to get away from this.
Like this. All right, I actually missed. I won the championship in Western New York when I was in when I was in college, and
Zachary
I
did
had
bet
to
the
show up
flop, so
Saturday
you
in Madison Square
got to
Garden,
put him
and
on
I
at
got
least an
with all
ace.
my boys the night before. I never showed up. I mean, I was
Flush
pretty
draw's
good.
probably out of the picture with Zachary
But still,
betting
I
the
can still
flop.
hang on now.
You couldn't wait one
I can
more
still
day.
do. Hey, you want to arm
So
wrestle?
he's
in
got at
500?
least an
Let's do it.
ace, so you're looking at least
Although
trips
John, I didn't-
here.
Actually, I thought I was going to smack him right down.
Did you give him odds?
And if he hit his
No.
kicker,
No, but he's actually really strong.
it's a bad river.
I mean, you never look by looking at
Don
him.
figuring out if he can make the call.
He does his push.
If I take this little sweater off,
I know you're in good shape, John. John, I can tell.
Sounds like great shape.
6'5", 280, I just slouch over all the time.
We all know that.
You can bet you can beat trips. Probably doesn't have a flush.
Give me a sec.
All right, take your time.
I can beat trip aces.
He's talking himself into a call here. Big hand here for Don. Turned Broadway. That gave Zachary 2 pair though. He was able to boat up on the
That's
river
when
on him.
When I look like that, I was
Trying to figure out the betting,
I didn't even pass the
and what he can put Zachary on.
shut up, John.
Does make the call, thinking he just has the naked ace.
That would be a straight. Ace.
Zachary has the full house. Aces full of jacks, takes this one down. Bad river card for Don. After that hand, we'll take a look at the cumulative winnings so far tonight. Zachary up big after that 2,300. John's still up after that hand with Andy. Everybody else pretty much playing catch up. But plenty of poker to go. The lowest table for no limit hold'em we offer here is a 2-2 game. $2 blinds, $40 minimum buy-in, $300 max buy-in. I don't know how long ago you asked that question there in the Twitch stream, the Twitch chat.
Punish me, baby.
Like 4 days a week and then have like nights and weekends.
4 days a week, that's a life, man. I wish I could get 3 days off. Still remember when you was like
I know, you were sitting views. I like literally like get out the car. I was like, John, it's here. And then you were like, oh, what's up? I was like,
Well, at first I was looking at the driver, your dad, and I was just like telling my uncle, I was like, hey, I guess this guy knows you, you know? Because I mean, they're probably around the same age. And then you're like, what are you doing here?
yeah,
I'm like, what am I doing?
and it's so funny. I had been to your house like 2 or 3 times.
I was like, what are you
before,
doing
and
here?
I didn't put 2 and 2 together. But I was in like the right thing.
George flopping trip 8s. We're checking it down, though. Ian with 2 pair 8s and 7s leads out $175, and we're going to see a raise out of George in this spot. 600 to go. Should get Nick and Don out of the picture, and probably Ian as well. Does make the call, so we're going to see the 9 of spades on the river. Ian checks it, allowing George to bet 1,200, and that should do it. A hard time seeing Ian make this call here, though they have played together quite a few years. Maybe he thinks George is betting air, which is entirely possible. Could have bet a flush draw on the turn and then bets it on the river after Ian checks to him again. Hard to put him on an 8. George calling pre-flop, $75. But he does make the laydown. Good hand for George here, flopping trip 8s and making a little bit off of Ian there in the 9 seat.
Did you guys see this? It was for a 100K scholarship. The girl beat his ass. And then threw a ball into like a round thing.
She crushed him.
Yeah, she beat him by like 6. It was only a minute. She missed 2. She was a beast. She only missed 2, and she was going a lot faster than he was.
Who's Clemson?
Virginia. You know, a 29-point spread in the championship game.
So we got Brian here raising suited ace, ace deuce of diamonds. John flats with pocket 9s, and he's in there with the suited king. 3 players to the flop. Green high board. King on the turn. Brian gets Broadway. Andy and John hoping for an ace on the river. Does not get there. Spade gets there, though. That might slow Brian down. Andy checks. No, Brian wants to bet now. Try to get something out of this. That's enough so that if he gets a raise, he could lay it down if needed. John makes the call with the king high straight, but Brian has the ace. He's going to take that one down. Folds around to George on the button, picks up king 10 offsuit, raises it up to 100. And he does get action out of Brian with a 6 off. Eight high board on the flop, 2 hearts, and the heart comes on the turn there, 3 hearts, both with heart draws. Brian is going to bet his 6 and the ace of hearts. Enough to get George to lay it down. Definitely a little quieter now that Andy has those headphones on. Not going to be driving any conversation right now. And our next stream is going to be on the 13th, the 5-10-25 pot limit Omaha game. It's going to be Friday. Lots of action in that game, so be sure to tune in for that. Again, next Friday, the 13th, 5-10-25 PLO game. Andy raises it up $75 with 7 deuce of clubs. Trying to spice things up a little bit on this table. It's gotten a little quiet. Brian makes the call, jack 9 of clubs. Brian with the open-ended straight draw. Andy with bottom pair. Andy's first to act. He leads out $100 into $175. And that is not going to be enough to get Brian to fold. He flats. 4 clubs is a blank. Now Andy checks it.
Check out in Tampa, a place called Fresh Kitchen. And I think their concept.
Brian checks behind.
Pretty much you come in.
6 of spades on the river. Andy's 7s are good, but he checks them. See if Brian can bet Andy off this hand.
proteins like lattice barbecue chicken. I did like
And he elects to check it. Sevens are good for Andy. Chipping up just a little bit there.
Are you serious? I will.
To the place. I haven't been to the place yet. Yeah, my friend like picked it up, went there, and brought it back, and I made it.
Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, pretty
Not
good.
bad.
But they're like out the door, dude. It's just like people turn.
Interesting. I live in Orange Park, and there's a place that just opened up the mall. I think that could be the name of it. What about the, what did you call it again?
It's called Fresh Kitchen. What have we?
Is it 4?
They've got like 4 different.
It's 70. It's 72 plus 40, right?
Okay, yeah, they're all popping up like.
Couldn't be the 7, Brian? Come on.
That's not the one that
I had a straight draw.
You know I have to play 7 deuce,
Like
okay?
one called
I've done it enough times.
Eats, and it's over off like Landing that does the same thing where you pick your base, you choose like protein, they have like tuna, chicken, all that sorts of stuff. And then you can do like spinach, whatever, brown rice.
You give them one
all
below?
Yeah, all that.
Right,
Those things I've heard.
right, and so like I've been to a couple of them.
72.
So I definitely I haven't been to that place, but I know that there's like one.
I think they got pretty cool branding. It's like kind of like a cool spot, you know, to go to.
Right.
But they kill it, man, for sure.
Yeah, it's like a healthy Chipotle, basically, right?
Yeah.
Brian knows about it.
What's that?
Yeah, fresh.
Do you live in Tampa?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they do really well.
He never plays, or that's why he wasn't sure if he lived in Tampa.
He what?
He never plays.
Oh, I know he used to. Oh, well, I just didn't know if you lived like North Tampa, Brandon, like where.
Yeah, I live in Brandon. I go pretty regular.
Hundreds bet for me.
I know more, baby.
Fold 9. Fold
Maybe next week.
Fold 2. Fold
You
3.
play the main?
Yeah, I feel like. Well, I'll see how I'm feeling.
Probably.
Yeah. I have physical therapy next week. 3 days next week.
What they got you doing?
Stuff in my back. I hurt my back when I was in Aruba like 2 weeks ago. I've just been. I haven't had one physical therapy session. I just got X-rays done, and I'm gonna have to get an MRI probably.
What are they saying? Go
Don't
trip
freak out.
Haven't heard back from the radiologist. Haven't sent the results back to my doctor yet. I just got it done on Thursday, so
Takes about 2 seconds.
hopefully it's just like sciatica or something.
Relatively quiet tonight. A couple big hands. And he raises here with an ace, $75. Andy out of the big blind picks up pocket 6 as he flats, and then John in the third blind, $25 makes the call. 10-9 off. 3 players going to see the flop here. King high board.
Chop that, please.
And he bets it. His ace high, and it's good. Gets Zachary and John to fold their hands.
Yeah, this seems decent.
It's a really good program. They start from like the very beginning.
What are you jacked up about?
What do you mean? Honestly, man, like I don't really know.
Yeah.
But like, if you do a lot of sitting, like your back's gonna get fucked up.
Right.
It's just gonna happen. Yeah. Your posture's gonna get bad, and
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
just gonna like.
How'd you find this?
Just trying to fix shit, you know.
Yeah. That's exactly how I feel like a lot of times they
Here we go. We got a big hand brewing here. Nick
hurt.
Yep.
You know?
Yes,
I'm like, what the fuck?
I get out of my car, like I'm like, oh.
under the gun.
So, yeah, I'll look into that.
Raises to $100 with pocket jacks. Gets calls out of John and George. We saw that George has pocket 10s here. Did not get to see John's hand.
You don't get enough time with them.
Right.
And then you only get so many sessions. Like if you're using insurance, you get so many sessions, you know. And you just doing shit every day.
Yeah.
Like probably a few
Consistency
times a
is-
day for like 20-30 minutes. You know?
I'm gonna try to get up every hour and
And
walk
like,
around a little bit.
they're big on like teaching you
Yeah,
about your body, your movements and stuff. Whereas like the people you just don't have the time to learn.
Yeah.
And there's John's hand. Ace, queen of diamonds.
In Tampa,
Ooh, this one could be could be a big hand here. Not with that board though. 7 high, 2 clubs. John's first to check.
he would explain everything in detail. But
Everybody checks. The queen spikes on the turn, and that is when let's see. I guess John
do I really need
bet leads out $200. Gets George to fold, but Nick makes the call with his jacks.
$60 a month or something?
Tray of hearts on the river. Probably not going to change much in John's eyes. $450 to go, and that gets Nick to fold his jacks. A lot more happening in that hand when I saw their cards. People still holding back a little bit on this 5, 10, 25 No Limit Hold'em cash game, streaming here on Best Bet Live. Coming to you on delay from Jacksonville, Florida. Thank you for tuning in. You're watching on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube Live. Be sure to subscribe, hit that follow button, hit that like button, so you get updated every time we go live in the future. You can also visit any of those sites, watch our archived videos. Plenty of poker content to view. Heads up action here, jack high board. Zachary flopping a pair of jacks. George was first to act, leads out $600. He did 3-bet pre-flop, making it $400 with his ace. Zachary with top pair makes the call. That might slow George down a little bit. 10 of spades on the turn. George first to act. $2,000 in this pot. George needs an ace on the river or a healthy sized bet to get Zachary out. He checks the turn. And now Zachary gets the bet in. $850 into 2,000. Very well could get him to fold with a raise, a check raise, but George not feeling it. He lays it down.
She thinks this is good. And she thinks that's a good hand. You know how much money I lose on that hand?
Interesting. In the past, I wouldn't have been surprised if George barreled for like 3-4K there on the turn as a raise, or an all-in bet or something to just put the pressure back on the new guy. But maybe he's just not sure how he plays. He is a new player here, never played on the stream. I haven't really seen him in the room either.
Now I'm different. Now I'm different.
You're the 25.
But maybe he'll get some information here in a little bit from one of his friends viewing at home. Might see him getting a phone call or a text when the delay catches up real time.
Fold it. Fold one. Fold two. And fold three. 3 players.
Three players, pair of 8s on the board.
Check 3.
Checking around. Oh, Don's going to bet here is ace high.
350.
Senses a little weakness.
Fold 6.
Have to get Zachary to fold. Andy right behind, and John picks up a little pot there.
So you're not going to sell the business? You're going to let it?
I gotta live. Bought a house that I can't afford. Bought a house on the ocean. I thought I was gonna retire. Now I gotta work. Okay. Wait, yeah, actually I'm here.
I meant like,
No, I mean, I'm kind of still. My neighbor thinks I'm retired. He says, no, you're not really. Because he sees me out in front of the house.
sure.
But I mean, I got to pay attention to what's going on.
Well, you're teaching. Well,
Yeah. That's what I'm doing with it. How many plays? Just us?
7.
You straddle?
Raised to 225 before.
I even made him go to work while the other day.
I didn't see what you're talking about, Bob, but if you're asking, because it's a time rate game, players, if they are away from the table, as long as they haven't missed a blind, their hands get dealt to them, because essentially everybody has paid for their hands for whatever the particular down that they're sitting down. So unless they have a missed blind button, even if they're away from the table, the dealer is going to deal their spot cards. So everybody gets the cards that they paid for at the beginning of the down. If you notice, whenever they switch dealers now, they're going to be paying the rake at the beginning. So it allows them to do things like that, or if they're all in, run it twice, or extra straddles, whatnot.
Call 4. Check 4. Check it.
Nice bet by Brian there on the river. That's the way things played out. Didn't think John had much, so Brian bet his ace high. Got John to fold.
so which,
Fold 6. Fold 8. Fold 1. Fold 2. Call 3. Call 4. Check 5. Heads up. Check 3. Check 5.
Andy turning a boat, 7's full. He leads out and gets Don to fold. Move on to the next hand. Yeah, sometimes it's just about position and making good reads on who you're playing. Definitely a good bet by Brian there, betting John off a better ace. Of course, John didn't have much to call with. Easier to bet in that spot than make a call. If you're sitting around at home here in Jacksonville trying to figure out something to do, just a reminder, you can still buy in to the $30K guarantee tournament going on right now over in OP. It started at 7 p.m. Registration is open the first 7 levels. Sorry, until the start of level 7, 30-minute levels. $200 buy-in, 30K guarantee. Going to get 15,000 in chips. If you bag chips tonight, come back tomorrow at noon. 40-minute levels tomorrow. No, it's not a private game. You could actually head on down and get on that open seat there. Not really a curtain around it, just I guess the camera angles make it look like there is. Nice to see you there, Dap.
Even though you don't live there and I don't live there.
Haven't seen you in a minute.
But at least I gotta know how I know
back
you. Yeah.
to the stream, at least to the chat. Thank everybody for tuning in. It's turned out to be a pretty quiet game. A couple big hands have occurred. And surprisingly here on this 5-10-25 game, regular fixture George has been pretty quiet. Seems to be captivated by some college football up on the screen. Andy here picked up pocket queens pre-flop, raised it up to 75. John called with the ace, spikes an ace on the flop. We're checking it down though. Club on the turn. John bets 100. Andy makes the call, needs a queen to improve his hand on the river. Trey Diamonds is a blank. John checks it, and Andy leads out. Not enough to get John to fold, though. John calls with his ace.
We just adopted him from the shelter. And I was so nervous the first week. He actually he bit my dog in the face and ripped his face out. Yeah, and my dog's a Marshall. Yeah. And I brought home my wife. I mean, he's like Rottweiler. They are the best friends.
And they love each other.
They lick each other.
Yeah. How old do you know?
He's a year and a half.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's about.
Yeah.
He's 4.
Okay.
But he's the friendly, he's not as aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, I see him, he's just like so chill.
And he was found on the highway. We took him off the highway. My wife did. That's why when people out. Huh?
If I didn't live in an apartment, I would have.
Oh, dogs. And I hate you. I got this $800 dog.
Right.
Who adopted a $50 dog? They all need homes.
Yeah.
Brian here picks up pocket 10s pre-flop, raises it up to 75. Over to Ian, king, jack of clubs. He flats. George, 8-6 of clubs makes the call. He woke up, wanted to play a game. Play a hand here. 3 players to the flop.
Bunsen just scored.
150 is the best.
Looking at the best hand right now, 2 pair of 10s and 7s. Brian's betting out. That gets everybody to fold. Brian here, Queen 9 of Hearts raises it up to 75. I've gone +1. Don right behind with pocket 4s flats. Zachary, King of Queen offsuit, puts the 3-bet in, 325. He folds around so far. Back to Brian, he lays it down, and Don with a pocket pair. Seat 8 is John. Enough to get Don to fold. Zachary with a 3-bet pre-flop. He's going to take about 200 bucks.
Fold 4. Fold 5, fold 6. Fold 8.
Back. You can never look back.
100 bucks is the bet from 9. Fold 1. Fold 2. And we have a call from the 3.
Come on, Ian.
Heads up. Check 3. 100 is the bet from 9.
How much? 100?
100. Fold 3. Right here. We'll be missing a small line. So it'll be raise right there. Five folds, 6 folds. 100 is the bet from 8.
And here we go. Pocket aces for John, and the hijack raises it up to $100. See if he gets any action, and does not. What a waste of aces. It's all right.
Thank you.
All right, guys, I'm going to step away for just a second. I'll return momentarily. You're watching 5-10-25 No Limit Hold'em game here on Best Bet Live, coming to you out of Jacksonville, Florida. Hope you enjoy the show. Thanks for tuning in. I'll be right back.
6 folds. 100 is the bet from 8. 9 folds. Call 1. Fold 2. And 3. 4 players. Check 4. Check 5. Check 8. And check 1. Check 4. Check 5.
Gotta make sure what they are.
300 is the bet.
Like that movie. Don't do these. No, don't do those.
Yeah, exactly. I'll start trying to like walk on the table or something here soon. All day. All day.
Call 4. Fold 5. Heads up. Check 4. $900 is the bet for me.
Coming back here, 4 hearts on the board. John, ace of hearts. Brian with the king of hearts. $900 bet. 900 into about 1,000. Can Brian let go of the second nut flush here? Taking away the potential straight flush.
Oh, yeah.
He does make the call and sees the ace. Bad river for Brian.
Where's that?
How to get that picture.
Where was it?
At the whatever they had here, the tournament they had here
Oh,
2 weeks ago.
Hey, Andy, you know what's supposed to be here?
Derek? Who?
Alex.
Alex. Oh, Alex, yeah.
Take a look at the winnings thus far tonight. Zachary up big, up over 3K. Newcomer to the game. John also up over $3,000. And everybody else in the hole trying to dig their way out.
You never played at the bigger ones, though. You played at the 510.
I mean, I only played at the Hard Rock. I didn't play at any other room.
I think we had some bigger. I remember once we used to use.
I mean, the only bigger one that was running than the one I was playing was. Like,
So one
PLO.
night you said, Andy, you coming here? And I'm like, no, we're over here. And you're like, nah.
I think because there's a private game I couldn't get in.
Yeah.
Maybe that's probably it. I don't have that problem.
When you're driving all the way to Tampa to play patty cake.
I hear you. 75. My bad.
6 checks.
Oh, a non-believer.
72 plus another what? Plus 40. Plus 112. 6 bets.
One time on the show, this guy 6 out of 8.
Fuck you. Check.
Oh shit, I almost brought that.
I got a king. You serious? I might have called.
You ain't calling.
9.
Fucking king.
Here you go, my man.
Oh, I should have bet.
That's the biggest hand I won with garbage. With king high.
Oh, you fought the straight versus me.
Oh, so you're going to rub that in, huh?
What's over?
40 you, and then
Easy game.
Again, just a reminder, biggest promotion of the year coming up next week here in Jacksonville. 12 days of Christmas starting off on December the 12th. High hands from 2 to 10 p.m. $1,200 every hour. And every day after that, that high hand goes up $100 more each day, ending on the 23rd. $2,300 every hour, 2 to 10. Check out the hours for all those promotions. Check out our promotion calendar, bestbetjacks.com for more details.
And butts in the floor.
why did you keep it separate?
Look at the 20. Like he did at 20 on the suckers where splitting it.
Oh,
You understand, right?
they're each dropping 20 in their box.
Right. The same thing.
Okay. Yeah. Y'all got trouble. I thought.
No.
And just like that, Ian wakes up with pocket aces under the gun. First to act raises it up to $75. And unfortunately for George, he gets the 3-bet in, 225, 6, 4 of spades. Andy there with pocket fives. Don with a pocket pair. Makes the call. We're probably gonna fold back to Ian here. Nice 4-bet is in the works. Right now the bet is 225. And there is the raise to $900.
Close.
Looks like it's enough. Folds to Don with pocket nines. But he does lay it down
Nice
to
raise.
the 4-bet. Nice raise by Ian. I mean, he did have a pretty good hand to back it up. Yeah, Charles, the promotion for the 12 days of Christmas from December the 12th through the 23rd. We're giving away high hands every hour, different times, starting at 2 every day, a couple nights, Friday night and Saturday nights, those Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday nights during those couple weeks go to midnight. Every other night goes to 10 p.m. But again, hourly high hands. Starting out on the 12th, we're paying $1,200 every hour. The 13th, $1,300. All the way up to the 23rd, $2,300 high hands every hour from 2 to 10 p.m. Mark your calendars for those days. You can check out our promotion calendar along with what the promotions going on down in Orange Park and our tournaments as well. Visit our website, bestbetjacks.com. And just like that, Don picks up pocket aces again. We got a 4-bet to $800. Ian here thinking about it. Must have something going on.
Virginia scored.
They are not doing that particular promotion over at Orange Park during that time. They've got their own high hands Let me pull up their calendar here. For the most part, I see a lot of one-card high hands. $200 every 30 minutes, a bunch of days there.
Sorry. You know I don't mean that.
The 12th, yeah, they do $300 every 30 minutes. They have a couple promotions, but yeah, not can't compare that to the Regency location here. So we got Ian raising to 1900. John snap shoves all in. Ian snap calls. Not sure what he has here. I imagine the way he's played a pretty big pocket pair. He does not like the sound of aces. See how this plays out. I didn't hear if they were going to run it twice or not. But with John having aces, it's going to take a lot for Ian to get a piece of this.
Oh, down, yeah.
Like touching your right.
Second board. 2 8s and a 9. Queen. 7 of spades. Again, not sure what Ian had there. Could not beat aces on either board. John felting Ian. Having a big night tonight.
Can you just move it? Okay. If you run it twice, but it is about, okay. Run 2x, right? And first check, so, so he's getting 5,000. Johnson is getting 250. She's ready. Way ahead of you, John. Black. 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 rolls. 100. 8 folds. Folds and 1 fold. That was you, correct? Thank you. Straddle from the button. 5 volts. 6 volts. 8 volts. 9 volts. 1 raise. 100.
We got George here raising the button, Jack 10 off suit. $100 to go. Nick makes the call. Andy is in there as well. Two pair for both Nick and George. George gets the C-bet in. $300. Might see a raise out of Nick here. He just flats. Out of position. It's going to be heads up to the turn, and we're just going to chop this baby up. Unless one of them can bet the other off their hand. Checking it down. George bets. 1,000 to go. 2 flush draws out there. Nick moves all in. 2 different flush draws, 3 cards to a straight. George puts it in, and just, we're going to be taking that back. Don't even worry about running it twice, guys. Much ado about nothing.
No, that's why I love it.
I win. Pocket threes.
Yeah.
I'm looking at
Had a practically dead.
Yeah, you know how.
So you had a practically dead.
I mean, Toyota company, they're really super reliable, no issues.
I call that flop. I look at it.
I love it.
You call that flop?
Good mobility. Looks good. Looks
I
nice.
still would do it to get the money.
I really like it a lot.
yours looks really nice.
I appreciate it.
You have the red interior.
Yep.
That's so cool. Gotta get that. Absolutely.
You have a 10 card here?
What?
You have a 10 card here?
I don't know if it's a judge.
I think he drives out IS 650. Could be wrong.
You have like a smaller one?
What?
Is yours like bigger or smaller? Is there a smaller version of your car?
No.
Is it a 2-door or a 4-door?
I think it's
All right, George gets the raise in with pocket 5s, $100 to go. We got a 3-bet by Andy here. Jack 8 of clubs, 250. George flats. Heads up to the flop.
Recognizable too.
Ace high board.
Good. It really is. I mean, it's just like, it looks like it's sounded.
Not slowing Andy down.
Reliability.
$200. And with all over cards to George's pocket pair, he lays it down.
I mean, it's not a huge thing.
Chop that, please. Fuck you looking at? Wow. Told you I'm gonna meet you at the beach one day.
Meet us both now. He plays too.
Huh?
He plays volleyball too.
Oh, you're
He's professional.
I'm not
He plays it for money.
No.
Okay, this is getting out of hand.
I've never
This is
won,
real.
won a tournament, but I do.
Open
Are
play.
you that two-person thing?
Open players
play
play
too,
for
yeah,
money.
Really?
Well, I just donate.
You don't have to win a tournament to be professional, right? I know a lot of poker players that are professional. They never.
They don't. They give a lot of money.
Well, that's very true. That's true. It's a little different.
Is that a raise or 4 forwards?
How big do the tournaments get though? Like, you win like real money or no? Just
Like, if you play on like the AVZ, which is like pros.
California.
I mean, but still, it's not even.
like
What is like the top pro that they win?
I don't know the answer to that, but I would say like
Queen
the
high
top
board. Nick
guys in
spikes a
endorsements,
queen.
Like maybe take home like a couple hundred K.
Was able to bet George off his hand.
If that's like
Like it one
John, did you read my last
for
text?
a year.
Oh, for a year.
Yeah.
That's good.
Like I mean maybe more, but I wouldn't say much
But
more.
that's what sponsors do.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm talking about just like straight tournament.
For an AVP tournament.
Like one tournament. Like,
Okay, for the stuff out in California, like the biggest ones, I'd say probably like 25K or something.
Quarter ones are
Quarter one's like $1,000, like you split 1,000 with your partner.
pretty shitty. But if you play a lot of them,
But there are some guys that are like.
Hey, John, did you read my text?
yeah.
Yeah, what do you want?
Oh.
Do you have to pay that?
Oh.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, so
No,
it's
I
like,
read the one
it's
before
100
that.
a team usually.
If you know anybody.
I wasn't sure if like sponsorship put up the money or not.
No, not here.
Not like.
You know, and I put it in my bag, and I'm like, I took it out. And it's legal. And I have no idea why I did it.
Maybe Alex can run up here.
Ooh.
Maybe if Alex had something, he could run up here.
Honestly, he has made...
You want me to hit
Hey,
him
hey,
up?
I would
Hey,
say the
where's
same amount of people that are
6 out?
sponsored in poker are probably the same
Just
people
me
that
and
are
my
sponsored
son.
For real?
Yeah.
in probably
Just for y'all?
Oh, he better kick you something back.
He fired through me, so.
Huh?
He fired to the girls.
But I'm making it into a liquor.
100%.
Yeah, that's
Because that's what I do.
I actually
Like
saw him
poker,
today.
basically.
I went over to his place today.
Hold on, let me get it there.
As bad as it is, like,
I don't put
They don't
smoke.
have
I
to
try
be
not to
that.
put it, even with the vapes, I try not to put it in my lungs.
Yeah.
Because I used to laugh at people who said medical marijuana. I do want to get high, all right? That's what I thought. Now all of a sudden I'm like, my son, my smart son, not the one that, you know. James, I didn't mean that. He's the one who told me, Dad, you ever look into marijuana for your pain? And I actually did, and I'm doing the liquid, and it works at nighttime. I sleep through the night. I do it during the day, and I do it like when I come here, and I do it when I leave. No, I'm only kidding. No, I'm only kidding. That's why I don't have it.
I can hit him up and see if he.
No, it's not that important.
Talking about CBD?
CBD, I actually bought the real CBD from the dispensaries, and it does. I actually did it the way they said it, and tried to see if it worked, and it did. Okay, that's all I'm telling you.
So you're talking about like the actual
I do
liquid,
it.
the liquid weed? Is what you-
I was buying the syringes filled with the oil.
Oh,
I have a license. I mean, I have the card.
Yeah.
And then after a while, I'm like, I just spent like freaking $300 a week on this shit. I went home and cooked it. I almost burned down my house. No, dude. No, but the second batch came out.
The second batch is good.
But the first batch, I'm not joking, blew up. And like it was, they're like, there's no way. And the guy on the phone says, there's no way that would happen. So
What were you trying to make?
well, I made the tincture. You know tincture? Okay, don't worry.
You trying to make the brownie?
No, forget that. That's old school. Brownies are old school. I'm making the actual oil that they sell. And I looked it up and I Googled it and I looked at YouTube. I watched all these videos. I bought all this shit. I should not be messing with this because I could burn my
Why
house.
don't you just smoke a joint?
I don't like smoking on this.
Have you ever tried the gummies or something?
had more ass than I thought.
I bought, let me just tell you, I'm the guy that bought 200 packs of somebody. 200 freaking packs at one night playing poker. How many you got? 200. I got out in the car. Okay, I'll take them all. 2,000. Bam. That was years ago, but I don't. You eat so many gummies. You know, I use them when I used to go to the gym and walk. It would get me into music where I can walk. Next thing I know, I'm eating like 3 packs a day. I'm gonna get diabetes.
That's what you're worried about?
Now I just do I did what I made, but it's kind of disgusting. I mean, it comes out right, but I gotta add some flavor to it. But yeah, your boy likes me. Really?
One raise, 600.
This is it, huh, George? Come on, George. He's wanting to play a hand with you. Let's go.
3 balls. 6 figures. All right, I'm gonna have to order.
No, give him a black.
Well, what's going on?
Put in a black so I can give you a purple back. There you go. There you go. Makes it easier.
No, purple.
I'd like not a black.
There you go.
Check.
That's good.
Check.
That's good.
One fits 25.
You put out 25.
Yes, sir.
Back feeling a little better.
You know, you want to see me do a handstand?
You hit the lean back.
Thank you. It's always good to have a job.
Higher?
Huh? Fine, if you drive.
I'm more manager.
You're more management. We already got one. Wait, I already got one of those who thinks he's management.
Is that the smart sound or the other one?
Because the one here that's probably watching is the one that's got bets on the games tonight. That works for me. Hey, he's cool. James, love you, man. Can't do it without you. He's doing good. He's lazy. That's his problem. And I'll say it that way.
How do you know that I wasn't talking about him being a smart?
Huh?
How do you know I wasn't talking about him being a smart?
But he does have, he's probably going to come meet you now that you said that. Because he's a psycho.
If he's your son, I believe it. Yeah, I believe that.
Nah, he's the most chill kid. He's like a GQ kid. 6'3", he looks good. Has hot, but he's the most chill. I grew up as a maniac a little bit. Not a maniac, I was actually a chill kid.
You don't say.
All right, but he is so I hear about the stories. Yeah, this guy, and he's chill. He stays out of trouble.
Good.
He's a punk. James, I didn't mean I hope he's not watching. I don't think he is. He don't care.
We got the quarter in.
Yes, sir.
Tough to watch poker.
He's a good kid. He graduated UF with a finance degree. I made him he went to work for Bank of America here in Jacksonville, and then he wanted to work for me, and I said, go to work for a logistics company, which is what I do. We also want a brokerage company. And I said, go to do that, and then I'll hire you, because I don't want to just fire the kid. And, because I needed him to see what a boss is like. Somebody who's going to be on your ass all the time. I had no guys, I worked my ass off together. I grew up with nothing. All right, what are we doing? Joe's just saying, shut up.
It's up there.
this shit. Like, you're gonna get it. 'Cause I'll call. Till I don't, like, till I don't. That hurt. That wouldn't have hurt was having a glass. Thank you. I punched my chest and had my glasses.
Okay. Before we got the one. Oh. Right here. Let me just get it. That's what.
Wow, Brian. That last song was this year and a half? Yeah. I have one of these stupid memories. I'm not photogenic, but I remember anything. Like I remember the time I talked to you first.
Right.
I think I was kind of coming off like, you're kind of cute or something I said to you that day. He's like, wait, I didn't hear that.
I don't remember all that.
No, but I remember when I listened to Hooperstein.
If you're just tuning in, thank you for joining us here. Best Bet Live, streaming a 5, 10, 25, no limit hold'em
No, I don't think that. It's stupid how
cash
you
game
remember certain things,
coming to
but
you
yet I can't remember where I live. You know, like something like.
out of Jacksonville, Florida, 201 Monument Road. Come down, pay us a
I just
visit.
can't remember normal
You
shit.
can watch the game live without delay. We got a little bar on the side here, or you can play for the high hand right now.
But yeah, I messed with
High
you
hand
first time.
is $300 every 20 minutes, and that goes
I'm sure
until
everybody
midnight
remembers the first
tonight.
night they meet. Especially if I'm drinking. I'm not drinking now, but.
Like probably 6 years ago.
Oh, 10?
I don't remember.
Yeah, you're good.
I think I've played with you before.
Are you trying to work it out there?
Back in the old
Yeah, back in the old days when I used to come for like half of every month.
You guys said Hooperstein.
I can remember that. I can't remember that yet.
I mean, you do know the band, right? Because you said it. I'm not wrong about that.
Yeah, I know the band.
I haven't listened to them in freaking forever.
You said it to me a year ago. It was,
I mean, it
it
had
was,
to be in Tampa.
no, it was September 14th. Shut up. No. How's your back? Almost? You beat me now because I haven't worked out. I can't. I'm just so fucked up. I was at the edge of working out when I arm wrestled you. Now I've got nothing. Ian, I'll still fucking arm wrestle you, okay? So shut the fuck up. Oh, sorry.
Hold 6.
John, you probably beat me tonight. But I'll still take it if you want.
75 from 9.
Except the tie goes to me.
The tie goes to you?
Yeah.
Call 1.
I want to hear nothing about
There was nothing. No.
Oh, John popped my back.
No.
Back in place.
All right, we're going to raise here out of Ian in the 9th seat. King 8 of diamonds goes to $75. George Flats, Andy is in. So is Don. 4 players going to the flop here. There is no cap for this game, Luke. Sorry, I missed that question. It's a minimum buy-in of 1,000, no max. You see George sat down with 30K to start the game. Right, back to the hand here. 4 players in. King high board, 2 hearts. Andy checks his heart draw. 200. Checking around to Ian with top pair. Makes the bet 200 to go.
What is it?
And that's Andy's in there. That's for sure. Don is in there as well with a pair of 9s. 3 players to the turn. 4 clubs is a blank.
Check 3. Check 5.
Don checks. He's going to bet 600 into 900. And Andy folded his heart draw there. Not feeling it. Back to Don with the pair 9s. Doesn't seem to want to let it go. Does lay it down.
Nice bet.
Ian picking up a nice little pot here.
Wish you would have checked.
Seat 3 definitely providing some color for us here tonight.
Joe, what do you
It would be absolutely dead if Andy wasn't playing here.
No,
That's for
I'm
sure.
trying to get into it. Like when
Oh, you really stopped working out?
yeah, I stopped working out, and then I started again, then I stopped, and then like,
Well, that's the story. Now, at your age, that's about what happens.
I mean, like I'll go out of town or something.
Yeah, no, you
After
can't.
that,
But you stay at a hotel, right? They got gyms.
I go out of town. Yeah, but I mean, if I go out of town, I play tournament. It's like the tournament starts in the morning. And
But you got to get up and work out and feel good, and you get to listen to dun, 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 dun in your head.
yeah, but also what happens is sometimes then I pull like that all-nighter playing all night.
Oh, there you go. That's you're playing cash games.
Or I go out and get hammered or something like that. I don't
You
feel
still
like
doing
That's the
that?
real reason, right there.
Yeah, there you go. That makes sense.
Yeah. Sometimes you get hammered while playing all night.
There you go.
Fold 8, fold 9.
Nah, it's just laziness. I could do it if I wanted to. Just pure laziness.
Fold 3.
And you'll find as you get older, I wish I could work out every day. I mean, I'm talking every day.
Right here, please. I'm watching.
That I still go do the treadmill and stuff, but I cannot touch weights because it just, everything goes to your lower back. I've tried and, let me play the game.
200. That's on 1.
Try like doing like working out in water.
People have told me that. I don't have a pool. I saw at my last house had a pool.
You got a beach. You got a private beach.
It's true. You ever see the way? Did you ever see the waves where I live? Close from my.
Can't be that bad.
Bring some
It's
dumbbells
true,
and
it's
just
true,
take a
it's true.
pounding of it.
It's funny. It's funny that I said when I adopted that dog, I said I'm gonna let him run on the beach because we finally had a handle on him. And I took him out one morning, and I'm like, I'm telling you, the water was up to the path. I got beach access, and the water was up to the path, and I mean the way it just. I'm like, Murphy, get back! Come on, we're going home. I mean, it was just bad.
Oh, I hear that sick back. I got beach access.
Well, I'm a fucking show off.
Call 2. 3.
Ian picks up ace king of diamonds under the gun, raises to 75. Didn't see many customers here. Nick made the call with pocket jacks. Just flats there, heads up to the flop. Surprised we didn't see a raise. A little 3-bet by Nick.
Check 9.
Flop comes
75 is the bet on 2.
10 high. Ian checks. Nick bets out with his overpair to the board. Gets Ian a call with the ace king. 4 spades, a blank on the turn. Ian checking again.
Whoa! That was.
125.
Who said that?
Nick leads out 125, gets Ian to fold.
There he is. He's like, huh?
Hiding behind the plant.
Oh, God. I'm going to sleep good.
I don't know, Gaynor. Everything seems to be all right on our end. Try to check your connection or refresh whatever page you're working on.
Creepy. Hey,
Everything seems okay over here for us.
hey. What's up? You all right?
Got enough to get into this game. What I need.
I don't know. That's the guy.
500.
500? No, you can have a little more than 500. What am I doing? I'm showing off again. What are we doing?
You're waiting on
Raise it, Andy.
Whatever you want to do.
75 is the bet on 3. Fold 4.
Do I even have a hand that works like? Oh, yeah, I do. No shit.
Call 5. Fold 6. Fold 8. Call 9. 3 man. Proceed. Maybe approaching on that, please.
I'm sorry?
Maybe move approaching on. See if they like.
Are they registering? Kind of. Who's it on?
9. Check.
Check.
Check 3.
250 is the bet from 5. Fold 9. Fold 3. Fold good.
I mean, we're looking at it. He's not betting on the last game. He's not. He's clean, no. He's jacking. That's a pair of tens. Which I could probably plus, but I gotta get rid of.
Fold 2. Fold 3. Fold 4. Fold 5. Fold 6.
All right, back in the tank.
Here we go. John picks up pocket tens out of the small blind, raises it up. $100 to go.
You're
Ian calls right behind. Ace 9. George calls as well. Dead man's hand. Ace 8.
3 players.
$75. 3 players to the flop. Queen high board. Not phased by the queen. John leads out. $200. It's enough to get the others to fold. Andy picks up ace king offsuit under the gun, raises to $75. Brian right behind, 3 bets to 300 with ace 10. See if anybody else joins in. Folds around to Nick with the suited ace. He folds back to Andy. He flats. It'll be heads up to the flop. And he checks his king. Brian leads out with bottom pair. $300. And he just flats. Both players could have. Well, Brian at least looking for a jack, so he could at least tie with Andy at this point. 10 would give him the win. We're checking the turn. 4 spades on the river is a blank. Andy has the check mark next to his name. Let's see how it plays out. 500 into 1,200. And with just a pair of 10s, and Brian, yes, he does lay it down. Nice spot for Andy. We've got a new player coming to the table. Pat coming to sit down.
He's here.
Don's going to raise it here. $100 to go with pocket trays. John's got one of his threes. He lays it down. See if he gets any action here. And he does make the call. 7-5 out of the third blind there. Heads up to the flop. King high board. All over cards to Don's paired. Andy checks. Don reaches for his chips, and that's enough to get Andy to fold.
Hey, cool shades, man.
Fold 5.
Thank you.
Fold 6.
Louder.
Fold 7. Fold 8. Fold 9. Check 1. 3 players. Check 3.
3 players to the flop here. King high board, rainbow. George flopping a pair of 9s. Checks to him. He gets the bet in. $150. That'll be enough to take it down. Taking a look at our promotion calendars here at Best Bet Jacksonville. A lot going on here in December. Lots of money being given
Hey,
away.
what's up, man?
12 days of Christmas coming up from the 12th through the 23rd. We've got special holiday hours closing 6 p.m. Christmas Eve, opening 3 p.m. on Christmas Day. And then we have our Monster High Hand on Saturday the 28th. Monster High Hand, noon to 6 p.m. And then also from 6 p.m. to midnight, the High Hand during both of those periods is going to get $6,000. That is between both locations, and it can be shared. Can split it if you tie whatever the high hand is at the time. Again, that is on Saturday the 28th. And that, of course, is on top of $300 every 20 minutes from 10 a.m. to midnight. So lots of money being given away for the entire month. So be sure to mark your calendars. Pick a good day to come down. Pretty much any day during the month of December here in Jacksonville. Come win some money. A little extra cash for some holiday gifts. Just tuning in, thank you for joining us here. Best Bet Live, streaming out of Jacksonville, Florida, 201 Monument Road. Tonight we are bringing you a 5-10-25 no-limit hold'em game. Tuning in on Facebook or Twitch, YouTube Live. Thank you for joining us. Be sure to hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. Follow us for any updates whenever we do go live in the future.
Fine.
You can also watch any of our archive
I bet that is a raise.
feeds on those sites. Plenty of poker content for your viewing pleasure.
Thank you.
Check from the 7. Checks up. 25 to 3. Fold 7.
Drop that, please. Sorry. Oh, man.
Yeah, dead 10, live 25.
How long does this go till? 11. So I guess we're changing this to
Sometimes 4 hours, sometimes 5 hours. Switch it back to right.
Well, that's how it is now.
Don't grab the wrong water bottle, or you'll be in trouble.
I took the, I believe you.
He wants a wrong water bottle.
Fold 7. Fold 8. Fold 9. Raise to 100 from 1. Fold 2.
Oh, okay.
Fold 3. Raise to 350 from 4. Fold 5.
So we got George here raising to $100 with pocket fours. Brian right behind. 3 bets to $350 with pocket kings on the button. George does make the call out of position. Heads up to the flop.
I'll end up losing. Hell man.
600 bet to 1.
On the flop, George first to act, bets $600. He did flop a set. What a great flop for George. Brian still has the overpair, and he is going to pay George off here. Raises it up to, I guess we're going all in and a call. And we'll run it twice for good measure. Brian looking for a king and a king only. Does not get there in the first run out. Or the second. George here picking up a nice pot. Brian felted though, pocket kings. Couldn't get it. Nothing really different is going to happen after that flop comes out. George flopping the set of fours, easily disguised there after Brian 3-bet pre-flop. And, you know, with overpair to the board and such a dry-looking board, Brian's not going anywhere. Just couldn't spike a king on either run out. Nice hand for George. Chipping back up. Hey, Eddie, thanks for joining us tonight.
Sorry, guys. I'm deaf.
Yeah, play tournaments, but not often. Maybe like 10 a year.
What I'm asking is, if we go together on like a scooter.
Oh,
Raise to 100
I
from
mean,
9.
you can. I know you
right.
can. I mean, I can.
And under the gun, Ian picks up ace queen of hearts, raises it up to $100. Gets a call out of George. Nick is in.
Oh, they're good. I mean, I can't.
Actions on Don with the button. Jack 9 of diamonds.
But I don't play. I play 5-10.
With position. Don't mind the call there. Although I do mind the call by Zachary there out of the small blind. A nice 3-bet would have gone a long way for him at pocket jacks. But here we go, 5 players to the flop. King high board, 2 spades. George flops top pair. And we're checking around. Over Don on the button. He checks. Free turn card. 6 of clubs is a blank. I think George is going to let another check go by here. But he does. Trying to set a trap. Nobody's biting. 8 of diamonds on the river helps nobody. George with the check mark next to his name. Let's see if he can capitalize on this hand. He does lead out on the river. $500. It's about the size of the pot.
And he said it. I love the fact that he said it. He said straights.
Over to Zachary with pocket jacks. Does he put George on a king checking down the whole time?
And did you see when that idiot
I don't know if he can, but he does lay it down.
And the board was paired, and
George wins another one.
And Dom and Moon had a flush.
Yeah.
That's nuts for him. Like,
Yeah, I remember that one.
and the guy looks at, why'd you call that? The board was paired. Yeah. I think a lot of guys go down talking. Right. I do a lot of stupid stuff that somehow ends up working out. Wait, then again, I do a lot of stupid stuff that I go home and say, well,
Love Andy at the table. Got to say that. Really appreciate having somebody there talking. Oh, no. Now the headphones are up. There goes that.
Fold 1. Raise to 100 from 2. Fold 2.
Nick raises his pocket fours. $100. Under the gun plus 1. Brian's in with him. Ian out of the third blind, already in for 25, makes the call. 10-7 of spades. 3 players going to see this flop. Yeah, I'll pull that up in just a second. Show the cumulative winnings thus far. 3 pairs to the flop. Pair of kings on the board. Rainbow. Nick not phased by the kings. He does lead out 125, and that's enough to get them to fold. Nick takes it down. We'll move on to the next hand. As far John, Zachary, and Andy up over 2,000. John almost 3K since we started. Everybody else trying to claw the way back in. George was down, working his way back up.
And then the game prior too. I would never
Stuck that one out the window. That was how I got stuck. The gameplay is out the window.
So again, our next stream is going to be next Friday, December 13th. Friday the 13th, 5/10/25, pot limit Omaha. We are only Omaha stream of the month, so be sure to tune in for that one. You can take a look at our website for the entire list of upcoming live streams. Any of the games you see there that you want to be a part of, send your information to Johnny P at bestbetjacks.com, and we will get you on that interest list. And anytime you're here, you see a game going on, get your name on the list. There was an open seat here for quite a while until Pat filled it up.
Although you don't make sense what you're saying, but then obviously like, now you got stuck, so it's like. Right. $1,000 strategy. I do think it's like 500, 600.
Yeah, no, I can't. I could never do it. Makes no sense.
I'm like, oh, this must be the last 200.
Nope. It's another, yeah.
What?
4-4.
Someone gets stacked for like 1,200 and then buy it for like 300. Like, what?
But I can do
100.
Yeah, that's different if that's people always buy it.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, but when you start like jumping around.
Yeah, no. I've never.
So John here raising to $100 with Jack 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Nick calls out of the big blind, Queen 8 of diamonds. And out of the third blind, we got a 3-bet to $400. Andy with Ace King, one of the loosest player at the table, gets a 3-bet in, and that's not going to scare John off. He wants to see it. Calls 300. We're going to be heads up to the flop. I see some paint. Queen high board. Andy gets the C-bet in. John, though, picks up the open-ended straight draw. It's not going to be enough to bet him off. He flats. King will be a bad card for Andy. Tray of hearts is a blank.
I like that.
Andy get a big bet in here. Might be able to get John off, though I doubt it.
I'll play it all.
He checks.
That's what I'm playing.
Good opportunity here for John. Get a nice bet in here, betting on the come, and he does bet 1,000 into 1,500. Bad check by Andy there on the turn. Does lay it down. Nice bet by John.
Go ahead, show it. That's good.
It is good, especially when he's raking in the pot.
And yesterday, I told John to show the guy a bluff because I thought John was bluffing. Turns out I think it was. John's like, you want to say it? And the guy's like, no, please don't show me the bluff. The guy 20 minutes later shows me a bluff. I like that.
Just ripped it over on him.
He then punted 2K to me.
John, you just bet 1,000 on the draw?
I knew it was coming though.
All right. You moved up a notch. All right. Put you in the files in my head. Yeah, okay.
Mine?
Is that the 5 I asked you to chop up?
There could be, most likely. 9 times out of 10.
Okay.
No, it's not.
No? I mean, he definitely gave me 5 blues and I threw him a blue.
Yeah, that was it. That was it.
Pat doesn't miss a thing. I trust Pat.
That's what he's here for.
LCD. Screen reading. Crazy. I know what's going on.
Yeah, Pat, without you, we would have had to like watch the TV, wait for like 15 minutes to go by, then find out where that 5 was.
That. So bad.
Pretty quiet game thus far. A couple big pots here and there have added up to some big swings for some decent winnings for others. But not one of the characteristic 5, 10, 25 games we've become accustomed to. George must be feeling a little under the weather. Quiet and much action out of him. But he does raise here. Ace-9 out of the button, $100. Nick flats out of the small blind. Ace-King. Andy gets the 3-bet in, though. Ace-Jack, 400. George snaps. Back to Nick with Ace-King. 4-bet all in. Nice move here. And Andy seems interested. Gotta love him.
Wait, they frown on that?
They do. They do, Andy, frown on
Fuck.
picking up your neighbor's cards who moves all in front of you. He does lay it down. George folds right behind. Nice 4-bet by Nick here pre-flop. Andy really wanted to call, though. That could have been fun, at least for Nick. Nice hand. If you are in the area, we are at 201 Monument Road here in Jacksonville. You want to come in and watch this game live without delay. We've got a nice little bar set up on the side for you to do so. Or if you want to try your luck at our high hand, $300 every 20 minutes. That goes until midnight tonight.
Straight up pair. He ain't got no aces.
Bring it back up.
Plenty of action to go around. This table, no promotions here. Time rate games, no jackpot
Nah, he was
drop.
slowing down. George bad. He was trying to get in the hand with George. He got a strong hand.
Seen a couple hands already with some all-in action with multiple boards, multiple runouts. But all those times, nothing really changed. The hand that was ahead stayed ahead. Folds around to George in the cutoff. Queen 10 offsuit gets the raise in. But no customers. Oh, over to Don, though. Nope, he does lay down the Jack 10. We'll move on to the next hand. Well, thank you for joining us, everybody watching via Facebook or on Twitch, on YouTube. Be sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure you're following us so you get updates every time we go live in the future. You can also watch all of our archived streams there as well. Plenty of poker content for your viewing pleasure. Not much so far this hand. Folds around to Nick, though. The cutoff ace jack offsuit. Gets the raise in. And he's going to scoop the blinds. Oh, no. There we go. There's Zach. Zachary with king 10 makes the call out of the third blind, getting 5-10, 25 game. Heads up action. Queen high board. Nick has the gut shot. Zachary with a pair of 10s. They check the flop, though. Nick picks up the ace on the turn. Zach still checks. Nick still checks. Might be a good check by Nick. It might get Zach to bet the river. Didn't happen, though. So now Nick's going to bet his ace, 200. Still might get a call, though, after checking it down, but Zachary's not feeling it. He lays it down. Nick takes this one.
That's the first one.
Same one again?
Back to back for the winner. Are you doing the, Pat, are you in for time clock?
Hey, Jesse, we got the boss checking in tonight. Thanks for tuning in. Pretty quiet game tonight.
$9 is $9 a person on this game, and then
Some pretty good hands, nonetheless.
for a free tip for the dealer.
Oh, okay.
So what is it, 14? So this just goes towards it. So take that and give him 112.
Go ahead and build in. I'll get
No worries.
Wisconsin at 14, nothing. Wow, what a hole that was.
Not very many hands here to entice some action as everybody folds around. Andy, though, picks up an ace, and pretty much every time he's done that, he raises it up. $75 to go. Well, definitely, there's plenty of money on the table to win. But that raise gets everybody to fold. Andy takes the blinds. And I'll pull up winnings thus far tonight. Give you guys an idea as to how the action has been going. A lot of players up. John and Zachary having big nights. Brian, though, stuck over 5K. Plenty of time to go. Plenty of time to make that up. Well, Norman, thanks for joining us here in the
Ohio
stream.
kills everybody. I bet them 13-0. What was it?
Ohio State's losing 13-0?
13-0.
Sydney, Australia.
Who are they playing?
Appreciate you joining us. If you ever make it here to Jacksonville, we'd be glad to have you.
Who is it? Washington?
Who are you rooting for?
Thank you.
Actually, that's not true.
Are you not wearing a Michigan hat?
I have 3 guys in Wisconsin plus 16, 16 and a half, so I'm rooting for Wisconsin.
You good? So far.
So far.
So far. We both understand so far.
Yeah, that is a bit of a trek. but I appreciate you tuning in. We all do here at Best Bet Jacksonville. Thanks for joining us here on Twitch.
Yeah, man. Some of them are sticking together.
Folds around to Pat in the small blind. King 9 of hearts. He lays that down.
125.
And after everybody folds around to the blinds, George says, I can win this with 10-6. He raises it to 125. Nick calls right behind. Jack 8. Ace high board. Sorry, pair of aces on the board. Got 3 hearts now. Both players have 1 heart. Still checking it down though. River card comes. Queen of diamonds. Nick's 2 pair is good. Check it down. Nick scoops this one. All right, guys, I'm going to step away from the booth for just a second. The action is still going to go on. Again, you're watching a 5-10-25 no-limit hold'em cash game here on Best Bet Live, streaming out of Jacksonville, Florida. Hope you enjoy the show. I'll be back momentarily. Enjoy.
$75. Which one you want?
It doesn't matter. 5 fools.
Johnny! Johnny!
Jeez. All right, you got it.
I think that's 150.
Such a counterfeit. Wow. You're not supposed to lie in poker. Rolling it, man. Come on.
You ain't gonna buy it away.
I'll buy it.
You can find it now.
Huh?
They both missed their point.
All right.
So we still have 1 million.
Thank you. No, I'm only kidding. 75.
Actually, no, Norman, I haven't checked that out yet. Pretty good action, I guess, if you've been watching that for the past 10 days.
John, you're kicking my ass all night. How much?
All righty, here we've got a 3-bet by John on the button. Pocket queens. And he's going to pay him off with a suited ace. Brian stuck in between and stuck pretty big in this game. Makes the call as well. Jack 8 of clubs. 3 players going to the flop. Ace high board. Great flop for Andy in this spot. He checks. Brian check, not much to go with here. Running clubs maybe. John gets the C-bet together. 900 in the pot.
The bet is 450.
That's about half of it. 450. And he called pretty quick. That should that should let John know exactly where he's at. 9 of diamonds on the turn is
700.
actually an even better card for Andy. He picks up the flush draw. He leads out for 700.
That worked out good because I only got this many greens left.
And I feel like at this point, after John 3 bets pre-flop and gets check called by Andy on the flop, you got to put him on an ace. And he does lay it down.
What do you have, a pair of jacks?
Pretty much.
I don't know. You had something. You had like a pair of tens, jacks, queens, something like that.
Making some good reads, Andy.
Nah, you don't go in with nothing. Sorry, John.
Thank you, bud.
Then again, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm the biggest joke in poker. 1, 2, I go.
But it'll work if I made it 25 bucks.
Oh, how about if I had enough flush on the back door along with the ace? How'd that work for you? What do you think your 2,500 would have done?
So you would fold it?
Probably.
We got to get this guy on this
You
on
would
these
still be
games
sitting.
more often. I love
That's
him.
a lot of what ifs if I had.
Yeah, that's yeah. We'd still be sitting here if you ever bet that much. Wow. Because I got so much. And what are you repping? You wouldn't do that with a big ace. I mean, why? That's all I was trying to find out if you had a big ace.
Like thing that was
Yeah.
supposed to happen tomorrow. It's kind of falling apart.
My guess is you had something right below that. Then again, what the fuck do I know?
That will always happen, as long as it's nice.
That's a small dude.
Yeah, okay. You might have. I don't know the way.
All right, Andy, we're even.
No, we're not even. We're not even close to it. Check.
Heads up action between Andy and Pat. Andy's checking his 5s. Pat's going to bet his ace, and that should be enough for Andy
Play some
there.
hands and then I'll call you.
Yeah. And he folds.
Play a few hands and then you get called. Then you get paid off. George gets paid off all the time. Sometimes he doesn't like it, but he gets paid off.
You don't like it when you paid off, George?
I don't like when I don't have it. I do the same. Shut up. Hey, good. Everything good?
Folds around to Pat. Pocket 9s. Playing a hand here. After that exchange, maybe he'll get paid off. Raises to $100.
What we got here?
Nope, for Nick, ace 10, he flats. George was in as well on the button. King 7 of clubs. So we got 3 players to this flop. King high board, 3 hearts. Nick with the nut flush draw. George with top pair, and Pat's pocket 9s have shrunk. We're checking this down. Ace of clubs on the turn. Nick picks up top pair to go along with his flush draw. We're still checking.
Johnny, I called them anyway. Don't matter. I called them anyway.
Queen of diamonds on the river is a blank. See if there's any action here on the river. There is not. We're checking it down, and Nick's 2 pair. Aces and queens are good.
Why is he pushing me all in? I got like 2 pair or something. It wasn't even big. I forgot what I had. You remember?
Do you remember?
I have no idea.
You shoved on me. You were in seat. I just remember seats. You were in seat 3. I was in seat 8.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I believe you.
So that doesn't help you out?
No. You'd have to, if you could get to the what hand.
I think you had a flush draw. You had a flush draw.
Yeah, but, yeah.
I don't know. I think I just had an ace. I called an ace. And you didn't have much. I mean, not much, but you did actually. You did have like $2 grand or something.
What's $2 grand between friends?
I don't know. But when you called, I was like, okay, I'll just give it to you. I like you, Brian. I'll give it to you.
I was like, no, if you like me, fold.
Yeah. I got a rough time folding.
Yeah, what if you fold?
It's a Duante.
One raises 400. Two folds.
Why not?
Three folds.
Yeah, why not?
John here raises with ace king of clubs. Gets 3-bet by George for 400 with the mystery hand. See if we can figure out what he has. And he makes the call as well with a suited ace. 3 players to the flop. 3 spades on the flop and an ace. Andy and John check to George, who 3-bet pre-flop. Now he leads out 500 with the C-bet. And he snaps. John calls as well. And we've got another spade. That'll slow Andy and John down. At this point, you got to put George. I'd put George on a spade. But he checks the turn, perhaps trying to draw some action on the river. What to do with 2 red cards and top pair. 4 spades on the board. You check. Over to John. Checks as well. Apparently George did not have a spade.
Wouldn't want to raise ace king, would you, John?
Ace 10 looks like. Wow. Case ace on the flop. No spades for anybody. Ace king of clubs holds on to win it for John.
You know, that and betting 2,200 was my next move. I looked at the pot, it had about $2 grand in it. You don't call, right? You can't. Ah, fuck, I fucked up.
You? I'd rather give you the money than you show me a bluff.
That's not true. Damn.
Thank
Fuck,
you.
that was the move.
There you go. You gotta give me the money instead of showing me a bluff.
No, not you. I'd
That was
rather
an easy move. Until somebody says, call.
Next time, Andy. Bet 2,200 next time. I'll probably call.
You know, I actually counted
George here with the pocket pair. Sixes raises to $100. Andy calls. Ace 10 of clubs. Zachary makes the call out of the third blind there with 6 tray of clubs. We have 3 players going to the flop.
I got an ace. I got some cool down value. What do we got here? Hold on, George.
I got the call down value.
Oh, I'm sorry.
10 high board.
I
Rainbow.
bet.
Andy with top pair. It is checked to him, and he wants to bet it 200 into 300. Enough to get Zachary to fold. Back to George with the set of 6s. Raises it up to 700. Bad spot for Andy with top pair.
It's your time, George.
Not going to see this set coming. Oh, he picks up the flush draw. George leads out this time. Bets 1,200. And he still has to think his 10s are probably good. And now he's got the club draw to back it up. He makes the call. Let's see at the top, we're looking for clubs. I do not pair the board for Andy, but the river is a blank. George gets 1 check, and he might be able to get Andy to bet. But he's going to lead out $2,500.
George, you might get your money back right here. Huh? That's good news. I just feel like I'm beat here. Oh, I feel like I'm beat.
Think long, think wrong. George checks the flop after raising pre-flop. That's got to factor into Andy's decision here. He was check raised, though, after he bets 200 into George.
I wasn't sure about the last one.
On the flop, though, with top pair, he could potentially put George on ace-king. The check raise, though, I think even with ace-king, George is going to open with a c-bet on the flop. So the check raise should raise some alarms in Andy's head. And then he just continued to fire into the pot after that on the turn and the river.
Oh, yeah, I got a good motor now.
Good laydown by Andy.
Show me a bluff.
Can't show you a bluff. Can't do it. Could have showed 1-6 maybe. 1-6 would have been interesting. Get him thinking. Big hand for George. Now only stuck a couple $100. George must be under the weather tonight. Pretty quiet and not playing very many hands. John and Zachary still the big winners. After that, Andy now stuck. I mean, I agree with you, Jesse. You gotta look back and look at that hand, how it played out. 9 times out of 10, George raising pre-flop is gonna put a c-bet in on the flop, no matter what. So when you're looking at a check raise out of him, he's gotta have a monster. And indeed, he did. We didn't even get any of the patented table talk from George out of that hand. He's got to be feeling under the weather right now. Everybody folding around now. It's Brian with an ace. Raises it up to $100. Over to Zachary out of the small blind. Queen Jack offsuit. He gets the 3-bet in, 400 back to Brian in the cutoff. And he does lay it down. Zachary's built up a nice little reputation here on the table. That's going to be good to take that down pre-flop. I think the only concern that Andy had there was he was being check raised by George. And while 90% of the time folding to a check raise is good, I think his history with George has made him think that it was a 50-50 shot that George was bluffing. Thus, show me the bluff at the end. He knew it was a pretty strong possibility George bluffs there.
That is next year, yeah.
These guys, all these guys have played with each other before. But yeah, definitely some red flags there, and Andy did make the right lay down on the river. Heads up action of the flop here between Brian and Zachary. Brian with ace high. Zachary flops pair of sevens. Brian was the pre-flop aggressor. He puts the c-bet in. $150. Zach does make the call. Queen of spades on the turn. Now 2 flush draws on the board. Brian does check it. Zachary checks behind. Clubs get there. I don't know if that slows either player down. The paired board, Brian checks. Just to be safe, Zachary checks right behind. Two pair are good, queens and sevens. Just a reminder, mark your calendars. A lot coming up here in December. Got the 12 Days of Christmas starting next week on the 12th from 2 to 10 p.m. $1,200 high hands every hour. And that just keeps on getting better and better. We're going to add $100 every hour to the high hand every day after that, ending on the 23rd of December from 2 to 10 p.m. $2,300 high hand every hour. Lots of action. This is the most popular promotion we run here. We are going to be packed. Be sure to get in early to get your seat.
75.
75.
We got a raise out of Andy again. Every time he gets an ace, he puts that raise in, usually to $75. That's getting everybody to fold.
God, I haven't beat you at all tonight. I haven't beat you once.
Does get some action out of John, out of the small blind. King, queen, offsuit, heads up. 8-high board, 2 hearts, a pair of sevens. Doesn't help anybody. John checks, Andy gets the C-bet together.
How can you fold for $50?
Little $50 bet. And he got one off of John there. It helped that John didn't have much to call with.
There you go.
Also, be sure to remember our adjusted holiday hours for Christmas. We are closing Christmas Eve at 6 p.m., reopening Christmas Day at 3 p.m. Plan accordingly. $500 high hands on Christmas Day, 4 p.m. to midnight, every 30 minutes. And then we have the Monster High Hand on December the 28th. That is a Saturday from noon to 6 p.m. and also from 6 p.m. to midnight. Both of those blocks we're going to be giving away $6,000 potentially to one person. This promotion goes between both locations here in Jacksonville and over at Orange Park. And you can tie the hand, so we could have multiple winners taking a share of those $6,000 high hands, again from noon to 6 p.m. and then also from 6 p.m. to midnight on top of 10 a.m. to midnight at the Jacksonville location, $300 every 20 minutes.
Is this the hand?
And then at our OP location, they're going to be running 1-card high hands from noon to midnight every 30 minutes with $200. Use one or both cards. So again, plenty of action here throughout the month of December. Be sure to mark your calendars.
Yeah, and Ohio State's went for it on 4 twice, and Wisconsin's territory needed it. No, they drove both times.
Really? So I'm fucked. I'm done again.
Buckeye.
Fuck you.
So what happens if they lose?
You bet the Buckeyes.
Oh, and a teaser.
Ohio State's in no matter what.
And a teaser, just to take some in. And it doesn't help. They put up 14. They're like 28-point favorites or something, right?
If they lose, does Utah get in? If they would have won?
Ohio State's getting it no matter what.
No matter what.
That's why they're not playing.
I don't necessarily agree with that, George.
Hey, what's up, bud? How you feeling?
Feeling A-okay.
Oh, you were a straddle?
Brian here getting a raise in $250. Jack 10 offsuit. Holds to Pat. King Jack, he lets it go. You have to agree with what Andy said earlier. Got to play some hands, Pat, if you want to get some action here. But it folds around. Nice raise by Brian.
No.
Steals the straddle and some blinds.
Did it connect to like ace king of hearts or something?
Yeah, there you go. Something like that.
You're dead.
No, I was in the 7s. 7-6. That's
7-6.
perfect hand to beat you.
Yeah, that would be.
You know that's the perfect hand to beat.
I didn't have a pair, so.
Also, you're definitely fucked, because I'm hitting everything. When I go in with small.
And then you could tell them 2 years later how you busted him.
Yeah, hell yeah. That's what honestly, that's what I do.
I feel like it's been a long time since we played together. The last time.
Well, I moved here like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
So I haven't played with you since then.
Here we go. Zachary in the 6th seat picking up pocket queens.
You know what I'm saying?
He just
Everyone's
flats after
chasing-
Don
I
raised
don't care what we're
9-8
doing.
of hearts under the gun.
Zach drove all the way down.
Ian's in at ace 10.
Last week I was like, hey, you want to play? Like, is there any plan? I'm like, no. This week, hey, you want
It's just going to be the 3 of them here
I'm not
to
gonna-
the
Oh,
flop.
yeah, Andy's coming. Yeah, great. Then I end up winning.
Normally I'd say I'm surprised that Zachary flats there with pocket queens. However, Don raising pre-flop does not happen very often. So he elects to call there. 3 diamonds on the board. Ian with the only diamond among these players, and it's an ace, so that helps. Don gets the C-bet and 275 with top pair. Zachary with the overpair makes the call. We got a lot going on in this hand. I don't know if Ian can get away from this one. The nut flush draw. He does make the call to the turn. 5 of hearts. Doesn't change anything. Don still has top pair. 1,100 in the pot. And he leads out 900. That's enough to get Zachary to fold queens there. Scared of the flush, perhaps? I don't know. It's hard to make a call there on the turn without a diamond, so can't blame him for folding. Actions to Ian, though. Who has the world. So yeah, I'd agree with Jesse here. Good spot to shove. But I feel like Don hasn't bet. I don't think he can bet Don off this hand the way what he's invested into this pot thus far and just how he's played tonight. But we're going to think about this for a second. He flats. Ooh, 8 of spades gives Don 2 pair here on the river, and he's going to move all in. At least I think that's what I heard. Yep. He did it before Ian could do it. He had a hand to back it up. 2 pair for Don. Chips up and hits a nice size pot here.
No, sir. I believe
I don't get sets on streams.
I don't get sense on the streams.
You get too many off.
And just like that, Don was stuck. Now he
Don't get flushes either.
is up. Take a look at the winnings thus far. John still up big. Zachary not too far behind. And now Don
I
up
don't watch that.
just a little bit. Don still digging his way out.
I hired like 8 guys. Yeah.
But the money's still there on the table.
I don't know about that. Let's go.
Still win it back.
My boys watching. Corey in Utah.
Put it down a big hand.
Yeah, but just casually.
He's the one that told me, give me 70,000 in Bitcoin. I made 20 and I pulled out. He cashed out for 3.2 million like a year and a half later. You know how stupid I felt? I didn't believe in the Bitcoin thing. I mean, I still own some.
Claiming king queen? What? Claiming king queen?
Is that?
You'd actually be shocked.
Oh, we actually, all right, yeah, I'm good with that.
He's close to it, but
Well, a whole bunch of pocket pairs here, and nobody's raising pre-flop. That's kind of strange.
Interesting hand.
Want to learn from the best.
And Don spikes a set. He checks. We're all checking around. Nick picks up the straight draw, open-ended on the turn. Now Don wants to bet. $100 in the pot with a set of sixes. Makes the bet 100. Nick wants to see that river. Try to straighten out here. Deuce is a blank. See if Don can capitalize on this set, get anything out of Nick. I mean, we can see that he's probably not going to get anything. Reaches for his chip. Nick folds. Don scoops another one.
Brian, back now.
Go back and, what is it, sciatica? Go back with your sciatica.
Again, the next live stream here, it's going to be next Friday, the 13th, 5/10/25, Pot Limit Omaha, the only Omaha game of the month here in Best Bet Live, so be sure to tune in for that. You can check out the rest of the live stream schedule on our website, bestbetjacks.com. Click the poker tab, go down to Best Bet Live. Check that out. Any of the cash games you see there, you can get on the wait list for. Just send your information to Johnny P at bestbetjacks.com, and we will get you on that interest list. And you can find yourself here on the live stream.
College kids, but I'm looking like 5-team parlays for like $25. I can't do it. I can't pay attention to that and give me any action.
George raises here, queen six of clubs, no customers.
But yet I still keep whatever.
Cheaper than poker?
Not true. Not true at all. Not true at all. I actually do. Whatever. I just don't do good on poker stars. Poker stars, those guys are fucking good. It's like they got me figured out.
Better than you?
You know, I know that's hard to believe. The best was me like 15 years ago playing with OTB, Red Baron, and True Teller in 2550. You know, and they were like so good. And I'm like this. Okay, so I got a 3 and an 8, 4, 5, 6. No, fold. You know, I'm sitting, that's how stupid I was back then. I was like counting the gaps between. I really had no knowledge at all. I'll buy my pool. Oh, and drunk off my ass. Like drunk.
So Brian picks up ace king suited on the button, raises. Again, no customers. Everybody's waiting for their spot here.
6-10, 7-8. Okay, yeah, okay, I called. And it was all calling. I wasn't even like, I looked like such a fish. Not looked, I was. And then one day I started hanging out with poker people, and seeing I was an idiot.
Need to get Andy here more often. Love him here on the stream.
Now I don't have any other friends besides poker people.
How's the playing time?
You hang around this stage for so long.
It's all.
Fold 9. Fold 1. Fold 2.
People don't even understand how to.
It is really tough. No, it is tough, Brian, because social-wise, we suck.
Brian here picks up pocket tens, raises to 100, right behind though on the button. Pocket queens for Don.
I mean, I hope some of you guys
gets the 3-bet in, $300 to go.
Look, he's like, fuck no. Why would I do that?
Back to Brian, the initial raiser.
During the summer I did. In the winter I kind of hibernate.
It's very non-social. You find yourself sitting, especially if you play online, like if you're a pro online. Like
He flats,
like,
he heads up to the flop here. Very dry board, not good for Brian. Both players have overpairs. He checks to Don, who checks right behind.
And then he went into Bitcoin.
Nice check by Don. Should see a bet here out of Brian, still with the overpair. $640 in the pot, bets 500.
I'm not looking. I can do whatever I fucking want. And I don't
Both players do have a spade.
You know, I mean, my wife's like, why don't you do this? Why don't you go buy a nice boat?
Don just
and I talked
flats.
to him before about it.
and spikes a
Does that mean I gotta
queen.
bring it back and clean it?
I don't know if he's going to get much action out of Brian here.
Wait, is there a computer on it?
1,600 in the pot.
You can do whatever you want. You think you can touch some weights?
Excuse me? Want to arm wrestle?
You say you can't touch some weights,
I'm
right?
actually ready to arm wrestle after you told me to slow down a little.
Oh, yeah.
We go another 500.
Brian checks.
You say you can't touch some weights.
I don't think you'll
Don
beat
going to
me.
get a
I'm not
bet in
too
here.
much. I don't lose. Even with these pencil arms, I don't lose.
That's a lot.
I mean, as I said, I'm watching him, and I'm watching his triceps. Like, as he's moving his arm, his triceps are popping out. Oh, shit.
Don moves all in. Might be a bit of an overbet here on the river. Although Brian is interested. Doesn't scare him off yet. We'll put him on a queen here in this spot. Check the flop. Calls the turn. Could you put him on? I don't know what you put him on here. Figure out what you can beat in this spot to put your money in.
What do you got?
Don, 3 bets pre-flop. Coming out of Don's that means a pretty strong hand. Ace King, high pocket pair probably. So you have suited cards. I feel like if he had the flush, probably gets a C-bet in on the flop with the flush draw.
No, I was in a good mood. I was moving into my house. All the moving guys left. Now I'm sitting there. All the lights are on. I'm like, start tripping out. Oh my God. No, dude, I was starting to see flashes of lights. I mean, it was bad.
I was just, but you took the words out of my mouth, Jesse. That flop check really, I think that's what did it for Brian to make the call there and pay him off.
Nice bet, man.
Great check on the flop by Don.
Never thought you would have.
And he gets paid off, moving all in on the river. Big hand for Don there. Chipping up. And just like that, Don, the big winner so far tonight, up almost $5,000. Big hand. And Andy, I'm sorry. Oh, he hasn't bought back in yet. Brian still big. He's stuck 10K. There we go. I see it now over here. Stuck 10K, but again, the money is still on the table. Still can get it back. Plenty of action to go here, even as the game starts to wind down just a bit.
75.
You never know when George is going to wake up, sitting there at the table, having everyone covered. Andy here in this spot raises it up. King Jack of clubs. Don makes the call. And Zachary with the button. He did straddle the button. So it was a $50 straddle. That's why it had to go to 100, and that's why it was 100 there.
Just move your hand over. I can see.
So he gets the 3-bet in, $500. That's enough to get Andy to fold, and Don now some chips to play with.
Them bastards. What are you showing? Oh. I didn't have that card, dude. Show one. Show an ace. Oh, ace king. There's a couple. King jack suited.
with the timer, I don't think we're allowed to go back. I don't even with the timer, I don't think we're allowed to go back.
Just tuning in, thank you for joining us here. Best Bet Live, streaming out of Jacksonville, Florida, 201 Monument Road. If you're in the area, come pay us a visit. Tonight we are bringing you the 5, 10, 25 no limit hold'em cash game. Had some pretty big pots tonight. Good action. Appreciate you guys tuning in. And he gets his $75 raise in. If I were a betting man, I'd say he had ace rag. We'll see how the hand progresses if we get to see his hand. Everybody's flatting. Brian's in with pocket pairs. Zachary suited king. Over to Nick out of the third blind. Decides to defend, makes the call. 4 players. Ace high board. If my bet was right, Andy has trips, but we'll see. So far we check around. 4 of clubs on the turn. Still checking. Yeah, really, we're going to see exactly where we're at here. Zachary betting the turn here, $100. Nick, though, picks up the pair. Aces and 4s. All right, so Andy didn't have the ace. He folds. Brian right behind. Heads up to the river. Nick's 4s are good. He checks it. Nice hand for Nick. Nice call on the turn.
I didn't expect a call, just a call.
Right, yeah. I thought of all the options, and then I selected the worst one.
Thought of them all, and then I took the worst one.
Stop. Shut up. Sit down.
Right now, Ponte Vedra Beach. Well, no, they don't call. They're over the road. You gotta hang out with the country. I mean, we do have to. We used to do the whole country. Big line. Now we run. Yeah, all drive-ins. All drive-ins. Although I'm a broker also, and I got some flatbed accounts that I do.
You opened up under the gun.
Hold up. I don't even remember that.
I give guys the trucks and they take them home and they take care of them. No, absolutely not. That's
Buckle up. That's why they invite me.
I don't. Please, I don't call.
He was building that whole building it all day.
I buy all my tractors from Schneider and trailers, honestly. I actually just go online.
That's why I thought he had like queen or king. I didn't think
you walk in with a stack of cash, you get a great deal.
I selected the worst fucking choice.
How many players?
Check 3 or check 9. There are 3 players.
My call.
Call 3.
It's a quiet one. You gotta watch out for it.
What's eating up?
Actually, fuck
Yeah,
that.
John's ass on the way. Now he's off.
We're good.
Now he's ready to use the stage.
He wasn't called. I had to
That 89
touch
didn't get
it.
through.
I don't know, over and against.
Yeah. Something like that. Yeah.
Even
shoves on the turn.
even the dealer can't believe
and
you
I fold, it would have been good for all the money in this thing. I thought for sure.
I was going to.
What did you have?
I'm happy.
Ace of diamonds, 10 escape.
I mean, not so much.
I was going to because I picked up a wheel draw and
I used to play
worst
Chad's game.
case scenario, I invite you to meet me at the ice cream.
Well, no, I don't
And I have like a ton of. Oh, you.
No, it'd be a fucking $1.5 million. It was sick. And I'd be the
I know some
smallest.
people. I'm personally.
And I consider myself
I'm
like the
different.
big
I'm not like
and I'd be the big, I'd be the least guy. I'd be him at the table. All right? Yeah, I didn't mean that.
I'm indifferent.
But
Whether
I'm just telling you, I'm equating myself.
3 times harder, 1 time, whatever.
Who's that?
They did it with me 3 times every time.
Bam! Hell yeah, I want to play a hand with him.
Rejoining the action here, John picks up Jack 8 of clubs in the cutoff, raises to $100, gets a call out of Andy out of the big blind. King high board, 2 hearts. And he checks to John, see if you get a C bet in, and he doesn't. John checks.
Wow, I needed that card. 100.
That bet will probably be enough to get John to fold. It works. John folds it. Like any bet there works.
Only because you told me you needed that card.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the reason.
Why else would I fold a king in that spot? King Jack.
Yeah, I can't hit that card like when I'm in the middle of a big hand. I know that. That's just the way he plays. Nit. Right? Good. John moved out of nit status tonight.
Makes the nut flush when he's drawing, then when the flush gets there 3 ways and the giant loaded pot, top pair's still good.
Hey, Gloria, thanks for joining us here on Facebook.
Is that 50?
Thank you for all of our viewers, Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube Live. Be sure you are a subscriber. Make sure you're following us to get any updates whenever we go live. And Pat picks up ace-queen, moves all in. John right behind though with ace-king. Not a good spot for Pat. John just flats, calls the all-in here. And it's probably going to be a heads up.
Wisconsin scored again.
Fold 9, fold 1, fold over. I just hope you don't have ace.
And Pat sees what he's up against. He says, I guess I'll run it twice.
Jack, ace, king. Wow. Wow.
Pat looking for a queen. Doesn't get it on the first run out. Second board.
Oh my God, I hit the first one. I hit 6-8. Oh my God, fuck this. I hit both. My hand hit both hands.
Did not hit a queen there on the second board.
I had 6-8.
And John's going to scoop this one. Bad spot for Pat.
6-8.
But it does give us an open seat. Come on down.
All right, so I lost. I'm a genius. Thank you for telling me. It made me feel better. You sure?
Yeah. Triple game? No, that makes sense. I agree, because from a viewer standpoint, it is.
Well, they don't have a chip.
Well, what happens is whenever like you go all in, if he doesn't like say how much the all in like is for or whatever, it just shows like your all in stack. Like,
Hey, John.
But they keep track of how much he has in front of him.
John,
so I think that's why
he shows up, he seems like he plays and he loses and always leaves. Where does he make his money?
He's a weird guy.
Now, you told me that the first time you
Is that what they say about me when I
He has to change.
Since,
No,
no, you told me that also.
What have I done to tell you?
Where does he come up with the money? He comes here, he buys you short.
I try to stay with him in the poker. You think I'm getting personal life with him?
You should hang out with him. I think you need to know his personal life.
I think y'all would have some interesting conversations.
You guys need to hang out more.
He's got that same hat.
What do you? He just
Don't fuck with my house
the other day.
What?
Sleepover.
Who, John was at your house?
He said, "Come to my house, take whatever you want."
Really?
For that, John and Don up big tonight on this game.
So he's your boy.
John over 5K in winnings thus far. Don not too far behind. Brian still way deep,
What's he selling?
trying to dig his way out.
You don't look, why would he ask you for college?
I don't know. I looked at the
You look
dealer
like a
and I was
fucking
just like,
guy
man, I
that
think
just
the
plays
dealer
poker,
is just
alright?
powerful. Gets to them on the push. The dealer's like, I hate that.
Is he going to rebuy or that don't happen?
He gone.
That's it? He took a shot, he blasted his shot.
That was a shot.
Their list is recorded.
What about that evening?
George picks up a pocket pair here. Pocket trays raises to $100. Nick right behind flats. Ace jack off suit. Zachary, though, with a pocket pair himself. Pocket sixes makes the call. And John out of the third blind with pocket kings. Here is the 3-bet.
Yeah. That's bad now.
600 to go. George flats. We'll see if Zachary sticks around. He folds. It's going to be heads-up action between George and John. Five high board. Pair of fives. And there's the C bet by John. Pair of fives on the board. Not too scared with pocket trays. And he gets the raise in. 1,500 to go. Fortunately for George, it's not going to be enough to get John to fold. We're going to see a turn. 8 of hearts doesn't really change anything here. John checks again. Sorry, it's the first time he's checked here. George checks behind. We're going to see a free river card. Queen of hearts, 3 hearts on the board, although I feel like either player there is going to bet their flush draw if they had it on the turn. It's like we're going to check this down. Kings are good.
Similar hand, but I was here one night. I watched the replay.
Is it me again?
Yeah, you see that?
For hitting the
Thank you. Wow. That was the only guy who noticed that. Probably not.
I've had it twice. You got it twice. One more.
You beat us too bad. Which guy? I call.
We got a raise here out of George. 8-6 of clubs. Under the gun, $100 to play. Nick is in. Andy is there. And folds to Ian. Queen 10. He's going to be in. He calls. 4 players to the flop. Excuse me. Queen high board, 2 hearts. Ian checks top pair. 6 of diamonds on the turn. George picks up a pair. I'd be surprised if he bets here. And he does. Oh, he checks. Okay. Over to Andy, who just feels like if anybody had anything, they'd bet. So he's going to take a shot at it. 225. Fortunately for him, Ian has top pair.
That's also something that hurt this down.
Maybe higher.
Right. There's a select thing that you're interested in. Yeah. Is that where you got your trip?
No. I just found it.
Ian gets the raise and 575. George does make the call.
You see what the fuck's on the board? You
They didn't seem that aggressive. Everybody seemed like they wanted to fold.
5 of diamonds. Pairs the board. Ian checks. Oh, George checks behind.
See, I should have floated and then fucking jammed the fucking thing.
Yeah.
He would have folded like a wet napkin. No, you wouldn't. You would have called me. And I would have been like, oh, fuck.
And then you would have turned it over.
Jack 9.
We saw.
Wait, but it's suited.
We saw.
I call.
Nick here, King Jack off suit under the gun, raises it to 100. Andy, Jack 10. Makes the call. John's in. George calls 4 players. I was about to say I wouldn't have been surprised if you saw one of George's famous all-in shoves there, just to try to get Ian to fold. Checking this down to the river.
I check.
All checking, and George's deuce is good.
Hey, what was the line on the Virginia game? I mean, not on the Virginia, on the Wisconsin.
16 and a half.
10 and a half?
16 and a half.
16 and a half. All right. Thank you. I fold.
All right, Brian picks up pocket 9s. He raises it $100 here. Pre-flop, Nick out of the 3rd blind. Queen 10 makes the call. Heads up action. Heads up here, queen high board. Nick checks the queen. Brian flopping a set of 9s is going to bet it. That's Nick, he flats. Checking the turn. This could get dangerous for Nick here if the board remains relatively dry. Brian turning the boat, bets 300. Nick flats. Let's see this river card. 6 of diamonds. Ooh. Nick checks again. And I think Brian is going to be able to get a little bit more out of Nick here on this river. Flush didn't get there. Brian did raise pre-flop, so it's hard to put. It's going to be hard to put him on a tray. $1,000 in there. And Brian's going to bet 2,000. Could put him on a queen. Brian raised pre-flop and does have a queen. How do you feel about your kicker? That's the question. Big bet here on the river, double the pot. And Nick's going to pay him off. We're going to see the boat, and that's the thing. All these, pretty much every set that is flopped tonight for everybody has been well disguised, or somebody else has like an overpair to the set, and they end up paying them off. Set's running good tonight for these players whenever they get them.
Nancy. Nancy, can I order something?
Gone giving her option.
Makes sense, though. It makes sense.
Giving her an option, buddy.
I mean, you don't have to have it. Can I get a 5 bottle water, glass of ice, and 6 or 8, 100?
Three players. One check.
How many players?
Once again, 3 players. 3 checks. 6 checks. 1 check. 3 checks.
Yeah. No, that's why I went to Texas Roadhouse and had a steak. That was it. Sat right at the bar.
Construction at 2 feet, guys.
All right, guys, after this hand, I'm going to go ahead and restart the Facebook feed. We're limited to 4-hour broadcast for Facebook Live. And I want to make sure that we don't cut off the end of the night tonight. So after this hand's complete, if you're watching on Facebook, just refresh the page, go back to our Facebook page, and get started on the new live stream that I'm going to get started. Brian raises to $150, Jack 10, and George with a suited ace on the button gets the 3-bet in $750, enough to get Brian to fold and move on to the next hand. All right, Facebook viewers, I'm going to restart the broadcast. I'm going to see you on the other side. All right, welcome back again, everybody on Facebook. Thanks for sticking around and rejoining us here. Just tuning in, thank you for joining us here on Best Bet Live. Tonight we have a 5, 10, 25 no limit hold'em cash game. We've had some pretty good action. Looking at this hand right here, George raises to $100. A little mystery hand. Nick flats, Andy calls, and then Brian with ace queen gets the 3-bet in to $700. Enough to get everybody to fold around. Nice 3-bet by Brian to pick up that pot. Looking at this hand right here, George raises to under the gun. John with queen, jack of clubs gets the raise in, $100 to go. George has a suited jack, Two flats. Andy with the button suited connectors. He lays it down. Folding around. Looks to be heads up between John and George. So John does call the 3-bet by George with this suited jack. Heads up to the flop. 9 high board, 2 clubs. John with the club draw. He checks. Does George get a C-bet in? $840 in the pot. George bets 1,000. Gonna make him pay for that flush. It is a gut shot straight draw too. So not enough to get John to fold. He calls and he starts the action here on the turn. $1,800's the bet. George picks up the straight draw here on the turn. Looks open-ended to him, but the 10 spikes. John's going to have the higher straight. So George needs a 5 or a 6 on the river. Doesn't matter. We're not going to see it. He folds to John's bet.
Oh,
That was good.
straight's good.
No straight.
No straight. Oh, that was. Oh, he had the upper.
Gutter in
Got it.
Queen high was good though.
You had jack queen instead of 10 jack.
Queen high was good.
Really? Oh.
It's contagious, buddy.
I know. I get up early. I'm up at like. I got up actually at 6 this morning, which is late. I'm usually up by 5:30. 75.
75.
So we got a raise here out of Andy. Pocket nines. That. We've seen that many times tonight, pocket nines. Raises to $75. Folds around to Ian with pocket fours. Makes the call. It's going to be heads up. Ace high board. Pair of aces, actually. Ian checks. Andy checks behind. 6 of diamonds is a blank. Ian is going to fire into this.
You think I'm that easy? Come on.
No way.
Really? Dude, I'd call you with nothing today. Raise.
How much is it? 25 more?
Yeah.
Ian bets 25 on the river, and he gets the min raise in, and his nines are good. Aces and nines.
There you go.
And I try to drink a little bit. Here's the backside again. At least I didn't keep going.
Guys.
I'm sorry?
Action will start on John.
You guys want to wake the game up, automatic straddle?
That'll do it. Let's get that automatic straddle on.
It's got to be everybody.
Why are you looking at me, man? Because you know I'm going to say no.
Oh shit! You're playing very. I mean,
Odd.
Huh?
Very odd.
Are you actually odd?
No, very odd. You're playing very oddly. Is that what you're going to say?
No, you're playing well.
That's what I mean, odd.
Oh,
It's not normal for me.
so there's no well. It's just like if you're hot, then you look like you're playing well.
Got raised with 8-9. Out of position.
Are you a first to bluff? Yeah, you're first to bluff. No one else can bluff before you start.
It's always good to be the first to bluff.
Yeah, well, if y'all ain't got shit, you gotta be able to stuff it first.
I like to do the last. 1800 just worked. I think the last one to bluff. That's definitely better.
Sometimes.
We had a lot of
Especially the first guy's bluff.
We had a lot of backups that way.
Heads up action between George and Nick here. Queen Jack versus Ace Trey suited. I'm going to check the flop. There are 10s. Turn comes 10s and 5s now on the board. There's a blank. Two pair with an ace is good for Nick. Action picked up a little bit now. Things are quieting down. And he tried to get some action going, asking for a table straddle for the round. Didn't work. But he is going to straddle. No, sorry. 3 blinds. I'll catch up eventually, guys. Don here picks up pocket 5s. Gets the raise in. 100 to go. Zachary right behind. Ace 10 offsuits. He gets the 3-bet. 350 to go. Folding around. George with a suited jack out of the small blind. Out of position, but he does make the call. And Nick with a suited ace out of the big blind. He calls as well, and he's out of there. 4 players to the flop. And 4 players to the flop here. Pair of 7s, rainbow. Checks to Don with the pocket 5s. He checks. Zachary want to make a play at this one? Nope, he checks. Free turn card is the 9 of spades. George picks up the gut shot straight draw. Here comes the queen of spades. Don's 5s have that check mark, but let's see how the hand plays out. It checks to Don. At this point, we're checking all the way down, it looks like, and yep, very nice sized pot with almost no action post flop. And Don's going to take it 7s and 5s.
Yeah, it's just a 10, right?
Got a button straddle here from George. Brian is in there with suited queen 9. Well, George on the button, king jack suited. Gets the raise in, $350 to go. Brian calls, heads up to the flop.
Might have to go soon.
6 high board, 2 clubs. See if George, no, he checks. No c-bet here. Brian picks up the pair of 9s, top pair on the board. He checks again. George checks behind, 4 of spades. Doesn't change anything here. Brian now likes to get a bet in. George really doesn't have much to call with here.
Wait, he's like, no.
Does lay it down.
No, I'm saying I might have the same siding, but I don't know.
Oh, do you?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't really looked.
All right, gotcha.
My phone's been on the
Touch.
Wow. Oh, whoa.
What happened?
I think they blocked it.
15.
Can I play?
Yeah, 15
How much?
dead,
15.
25 live.
15.
15? There you go. How about 25? We do 15?
Yeah, 15 dead, 25 live. Yeah,
25,
I put a
right.
25 on there.
25,
So you
right.
pay for all 3 blinds at one time.
Right.
Let's do it. It's the cost of action.
Oh, they fake?
Here's what Ohio State puts up about 40.
No, he just pulled it down because he knew it was going to get blocked. He didn't fake it.
Oh, I just saw him running with it.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull a Caldo on you guys. Hold on, I'll explain it later.
3 players. Your first hand.
I check.
3 checks. 1 check. 2 checks. 3 checks. 1 bets 200. 2 calls. 3 calls.
I got an 8. Caldo. Kicker. That's a big pot.
I thought throat chop.
Oh, sorry.
Hey,
Perfect spot for a chop.
Just tuning in, thank you for joining us here. Best Bet Live, streaming a 5-10-25 no limit hold'em game.
This is the last hand.
Action's slowing down a little bit
No,
as the game starts to wind
It
down.
meant like for me.
Before I rip this one in, I did this time.
9 calls.
We're kicking a field.
Last hand of the night. You left. You
It
left. No.
No, it's not.
You left last time before. Like on the last hand night, I got aces. John got you at the river, and I turned like aces into a bluff and like 3 spades down there. And aces
Yo, you got Wisconsin.
and he just like snaps it off like the queen high flush, and then the guy like right as like I'm pushing, he's just like, all right, that's the last hand. We're gonna conclude the stream.
Don't like that they just kicked the field. They're like touchdowns.
Three-way action here pre-flop. Zachary was the pre-flop aggressor. King high board. Brian flopping a pair of 10s is best right now. Checking to the pre-flop aggressor. Zachary does have the gut shot straight draw. He bets $150. Gets the c-bet in. Brian makes the call. Don
Shut up, Ian.
has a gut shot straight draw as well.
He knows the real deal in Tampa. I mean, when I used able to drink, oh, sick.
He calls.
I mean, a lot of people love me. A lot. anyway.
I never dislike somebody who has
No,
fun.
I didn't know what to take.
Zach picks up a pair of 9s here on the turn.
I wish I could drink.
We're
I
still
can't drink
checking.
them. It's obvious. I mean, honestly.
Just get out of control.
Well, no, 2 years ago I stopped drinking, and because it took me too many days to recover. And then all of a sudden I started wanting to go out and play poker and drink because I used to love, even if I lost, I loved drinking and playing poker.
And spiking the 9 on the turn. Zachary wants to bet at 600 to go.
Just like tonight, I tried. I couldn't.
That's to Don.
Because nothing hurts on me. I got a bad back. Nothing hurts on me when I'm drunk. And I still can play a little because I played out for years drinking when I was real bad. Now I kind of have an idea what's going on. Still not good.
Right.
Don's thinking about it here. Drawn to a jack for the straight or an ace for a higher pair.
I heard you mention your folding. I folding this for my back as well.
Again, Zachary, pre-flop aggressor, puts the C bet in on the
Well,
flop.
ones are like two-
Betting 600, yeah, not a good spot, and he does lay it
The actual
down.
one, I'm not sure. It's been so long.
Although he-
I've done nothing for it or nothing.
Well, you don't seem like it's not bothering you.
No, it does.
Dude, I live with it.
I get like restless leg syndrome. My like
That's soft.
pelvic, yeah, my pelvis is or whatever the word is like tilted slightly. So like it really, I like, and I have a bulge in my like my mid back that causes like slight scoliosis that causes me to like round my shoulders frequently.
You find people you need to pay attention to how you stand with your posture.
Oh, for sure,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
I have to. It's
Please
like,
do
if
that.
I don't, I'm literally always pulling.
Yeah, no, but then when you get to my age, I didn't know that I needed to, and I didn't. And then all of a sudden I woke up one day like a cripple. I was walking around and
Probably had to beat, but
nothing will fix you, dude. I've tried it all. I've done through everything.
he just laughed and then he called me today for the other two.
I wanted you to.
I'm actually going to South Carolina on a week on Thursday, coming up to a chiropractor that does like this special adjustment and all this other stuff.
Well, they got those machines. They pop you with those little things.
So this guy actually uses a thing called a Y strap, and it straps to the back of your like cranium back here, and you like lay flat, and then he like literally like yanks you and like decompresses the spine by like pulling your like head away from your body, basically.
Well, that's kind of what they do anyway. I mean, they're always yanking you. And
Oh, well, yeah, this is like, if you watch it, it's like on a whole nother level.
Is it really?
That scares me. See, I'm looking forward to it. Every single person says the same thing. They say, I feel like a totally new person. I feel like I gained 3 inches. I literally, like, they go in with all sorts of problems. They have 0 range of motion.
I don't believe it. If you go with all sorts of problems. Now, I can see a person with just regular pain.
If you watch these, he films it from when they come in to when they leave. And it's just that he goes through so many adjustments in a short period of time. I'm telling you, he's got people who walk in like hold up like a little shrimp and walk out of there, and he tests their range of motion before and after. You see it, man, it's unbelievable. That's the only reason why I'm going to drive 5.5 hours.
Oh, shit. Okay, I get it.
It's that convincing. If
No, I
you
get it.
watch
I get it. All right.
It's the real deal. There is a guy in Texas.
I want you
who
to
does
talk
the
to you. I
ring
want to hear what
thing,
happens.
not
Please,
him. This guy
please let me know as soon as you see me what happens.
absolutely will.
I'll be taking the next trip with you.
Right, no, hopefully that is the case.
Lucky winner.
You what?
No, this guy's name is Joseph Cipriano.
Congrats.
Oh, I win? How much?
I'm 12.
112? Yeah, I'm always good at hitting those usually. I haven't hit any.
Yeah, right.
I know.
Which one? You hit one, I hit one. You hit one.
I got 2.
Probably. Man, chiropractors scare me. I don't.
Oh, they scare me also.
Oh, really?
When they do your
See,
Oh, God.
I'm like trying to find.
No, they don't
one
do it to me. They
who-
can't. They
it's the
won't
opposite.
practice.
Like, I'm not afraid. I want them to like
They don't
put so
do all
much
that
pressure
to
on me
me.
that
They
like they
can't.
could
I
hurt
mean,
me,
just-
and no one's willing to do it. So I'm finally found a guy who like.
I mean, yeah. I just read some things and like it's weird. Like I don't know. It's weird, man.
Really? What have you read?
Just like people get worse from chiropractors.
That's nice.
You know?
A lot of the times people aren't 100% honest.
I mean, the fact that some chiropractors like tarnish their whole practice because they claim that they can cure cancer and shit. You know, it's like it's very like, and you're like, all right.
Right. No, I would say like every single chiropractor I've gone to like doesn't know anything and like is seriously like almost clueless. But there are, from what I've learned on the web, a very like select handful of people who.
Joining the action here, heads up between Nick and George. Nick, ace, king, spikes an ace on the flop. We're checking it down. Two pair, aces and kings. George, not much to play with. Nick bets the turn, gets George to fold.
Yeah, I want to know, man. Ian, let me know, man.
If you're in pain, like sometimes you're just like willing to try certain things. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Dude, I had them shoot Botox needles into my neck.
My father had his two discs in his spine taken out from the front of his throat and replaced with plastic discs for that exact reason. And he used to get the injections every year, used to get them twice a year, and then they said, we can't give you any more. So he got his disc removed from his throat and got replacements. And he's got no problems now.
Let me know. I want to know what that guy says. How you feel, and if you think it's legit.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Fold 8. Fold 9. Raise the 250.
Who's that, George? Yeah, George. I'll play with you.
Yeah, see, I have like I mentioned, I have like restless legs, so like sometimes at night, I cannot sit still and I can't go to sleep. And, like,
No, that sucks. My wife had that for her.
Tingle, and
That's your bet?
it's just the absolute worst. Like there's nothing that I wouldn't be willing to do to get it to stop. So like if this is, a possible cure, I'm all in.
Yeah. I hope the best for you, man.
For sure. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Miserable being in pain or being
Okay.
able to sleep.
You scare me. Check.
Check
400.
I got all sorts of problems. I got this, there's a muscle, like your psoas and your QL are like muscles that like wrap around your hips basically.
Yeah.
And mine are so tight because my pelvis is at an interior
Are you on
tilt
phone?
where
That's your biggest problem.
Did I wake you up?
and that is the problem. That causes
You're nuts, though. You'll raise
They
me
can
like
pop you back in, but
4,000.
you're just gonna go back.
Right, if I don't strengthen
want me
my
to?
lower back, for sure. And at one point, I was really in good shape and it didn't bother me. So I know that the physical activity and strengthening does help. And stretching and stuff, which I don't do.
A question from the Twitch chat. What are the chip denominations? See on the table, we've got the blue chips, which are $1. $5 chips are red. Green chips are $25. Black chips, $100 a piece.
I know.
Purple chips, $500. We got the orange chips, $1,000 a piece.
Honestly, 2,000, I might have to show.
That's it. I don't think we have any of the flags, the red, white, and blue $5,000 chips in play here.
Fold 3. Fold 4. Fold 5. Fold 6. Fold 8.
I'll probably make the same bet if it's on
Fold
plus
9. Fold 1. Fold 2.
Meaning it's without the 10. Donk it out.
Knock it off.
Raise to 100 from the floor. Call 5. Call 6. Fold 8. Fold 9.
Big hand here. Bunch of pocket pairs. Brian raises to $100 for pocket fives. Don and Zachary both flat behind him with jacks and queens. George flats and Andy gets the 3-bet in with ace queen suited to 625. Back to Don with pocket jacks, lays him down. And Zachary with pocket queens facing a pretty big 3-bet here. He makes the call. George in there. thinking he's live, makes the call. Three players, ace, king, deuce. Andy flopping top pair. Zachary with the flush draw. George checks. $2,000 in the pot. Andy checks behind George. Over to Zachary with pocket queens and a heart to back it up. 1,100 is the bet. Yeah, I agree with you, Gaynor. George, he's got to be under the weather. Got to have a cold or something. He's just not himself tonight. Actions to Andy.
Flat ace king. How much you playing?
I don't know if you could put, I don't know what you can put Zachary on when you think about how things went down pre-flop. He just flats the $100. Andy's the one that 3-bets, and Zach just flats there. Very suspicious. He lays it down.
That's a key card.
That is a key card.
We're not going to see it. I guess he showed the queen of hearts, probably.
Good bet.
You might have folded.
I don't know. Would you fold it? I had you.
If you jam the flop, I fold probably. Maybe. I'd have to count. I don't know what was in there. Like.
No, you have to fold. There's an ace out there. You might catch a queen.
Nut draw.
You might catch the nut.
It,
Yeah.
just, it depends on like what was out there, how much was in my stack, and stuff like that.
So I had you. I was ahead of you.
If you would have called, I was jamming all turns.
You were ahead of that?
Yeah.
Ace. I had like ace 10.
And an ace.
You're the 10. It's
And a-
50 to 40.
I'm sorry. What am I?
You're the 10. It's 50 to go.
So we do have a straddle here.
Fold 3, fold 5, fold 6, fold 7, fold 8,
What did you get? Good bet, man.
I gotta wake up at 5:20.
Makes sense what you bet.
We're talking 10, and then we'll
And I check. If I bet, what do you do?
Probably.
No, you
Depends what
can't.
you bet. Depends what you bet. There's some calling and there's some
Because I'm
jamming.
looking at ace king when I raise you.
There's no folding, but there's some calling and some raising going on. But probably a call.
Yeah, why not? We got the nut draw. I mean, yeah, why not? All right, good.
straddle in the place.
My dick.
Yes. Action 2. 2 tens.
But I mean, you caught that was the bottom of my range pretty much after your 3 bets.
Huh. Wow.
Maybe jack of heart.
No, I wasn't on hearts. Obviously, I wasn't on hearts. I mean, are you saying you?
No, I'm saying me, yeah. I mean, maybe that's like the worst thing I had there.
Starting to wind things down here on this 5-10-25 No Limit Hold'em game. Best Bet Live coming to you out of Jacksonville, Florida. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Watching on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. Be sure that you are following us, that you subscribe so you can get updates whenever we go live in the future. Watch all of our archived videos on each of those sites as well. Plenty of poker content. It's a $50 straddle. Limp around to George with Queen 10, raises to $350. And he's in with an ace. Back to Ian, King 9, he lays it down. Heads up action goes to the flop.
Heads up. Ace 10 again?
Sure. Why not? What was?
Jack high board, 2 clubs.
The best in one.
George has the open-ended straight draw, and he leads out $500.
Not a good call.
Not much for Andy to call. And he does lay it down after a little Hollywood.
Is that a 5?
That was good.
No, you.
I had no. That's what we got. What's up?
I'm curious about it.
I would say 23.
Chip leader.
I think I'm stuck like 7 days, 23.
Around 23.
I'm stuck.
Around 23. 125 is the bet on 1.
What are you eating there, healthy? What do you got? You ate it already. You didn't even make it here.
You went ham with a 9.
You did.
You did.
When? Oh, with a 9. Oh, you got the odd?
Yeah.
That's actually.
Brian has the best business.
3 out of 10.
I check 9, check 1. It was definitely my spot for the rate. 225, bet from 2, call 9. Trying to trade call 1.
Hey, thanks for joining us here in Twitch. We appreciate you tuning in. Hope you stick with us. Plenty of poker here on Best Bet Live. Our next stream is actually going to be next Friday, 5/10/25, Pot Limit Omaha.
Stuck Don with it.
Say it again.
Stuck Don, super stuck Don.
Super stuff. I believe you now. I didn't earlier. When I saw the 98 of hearts, I'm like, what? Fucking guy's insane.
Very much so. Probably some piss off because I'm tilty.
I'd explain. You have the best hand.
And we got Nick moving all in here against George. George with a 2-pair. Nick with the nut flush draw. And we are running it twice.
Twice.
33, 25. Then we're going twice. It was either 4 or 8.
First run out for clubs does not help Nick. Nick looking for a diamond here on the river. Does not get it. George is going to stack Nick here. Hey, Mark, thanks for joining us tonight.
You can blind raise. Since he's coming back in, I guess it's priority in a sense.
Someone will probably rage you this one.
We're going to sell this in volleyball.
Let's team up tomorrow.
That's like
I will be right. Just kidding.
Oh.
No. That's his card.
Awesome.
6 folds, 8 folds, 9 folds.
You gotta make it 100.
Oh, straddle?
1 folds, 2 folds, 123. Raise to 4 and 4.
So we got Brian here, 3 betting to 400 with King 10 after Andy gets the $100 raise in. Actions to Don with pocket queens right behind. He just flats. Action back to Andy. 6 tray of diamonds. suited semi-connectors. He makes the call. 3 players are going to go to the flop here.
I gave him his 100 back.
He drew his 100 back. He drew his 100 back that he already got out there, and then he threw a 5 and he only threw 100. So he should have thrown him on 100. That was 300.
It's not hot.
Is that 300 or 400?
All right, never mind.
I made it 400.
You made it 400.
Pot should be 12.
Oh, he made it 400?
Yeah.
12,
Oh, I'm
40.
sorry.
Ian, thank you anyway, man.
I
That's
thought you made it
correct.
3. Okay.
Flop comes king high, 3 clubs. Brian, the only player with the club, also has top pair, and he checks to Brian. He did 3-bet pre-flop. 500's the bet. I don't know if Don can make the call here with the king and 3 clubs. Thinking about it though.
Here comes Ohio State taking the lead.
I can use that. Oh.
Don lays it down, and Andy, the bottom pair, shouldn't have been in there in the first place.
Seen one of them.
He
I've seen one of
folds
them.
too.
Anytime I raise ace king, I get 4, 5, 8. Then I got to start bullshit. What we got?
I guess.
75 is the bet from 5.
Don here raising to $75. Zach right behind with pocket 4s, makes the call. Not sure what Don has. We'll try to figure it out as the hand progresses. George gets the 3-bet in, 5-4 offsuit, $500. That gets everybody to fold.
Man, there's the George I remember.
Yeah.
5-4 off.
And he shows. Good for the game. Take a look at the cumulative winnings thus far as we go into the final hands of the night. John up very big, over 8 grand. Don up almost 5. Zach up over 4, and everybody else trying to claw their way back in.
I think that matters.
Your math's not the best. Stuck 7K. I won 3,500. What kind of grilling math you guys do in fucking Tampa?
I thought you were up.
You stacked 2 people. I'm surprised you're down.
I really did. But I'm only paying attention to me. I'm not paying attention to anyone else.
I gave John a bunch.
I gave everyone gave John a bunch.
I know.
Fortunately, having contributed.
Me and John have a system.
Raised to 100 from 9.
One of us throws the party, the other one wins. Yeah. It was my turn to throw the party, he threw it last time.
So we got Ian raising here, ace-7 offsuit on the button. And he decides to call
What do you got left?
with 10-5 offsuit. Doesn't like the call, but he does it anyway. I wouldn't like it either. Heads up. 9-high board. Well, got a pair of deuces.
Why do you keep
Ian gets
doing
the
that?
C-bet in, and he's got to lay that one down.
I really called you a good.
He really did. Call it garbage there. It's okay. And he's having fun. When he's having fun, we're all having fun. He's been the life of the table tonight. I appreciate him.
Oh, man, I'm tired. Ohio State took the lead. Look at you, you're right. 24. I only need what, 6 points? I need a touchdown. You can both win, George.
I hope we do.
I'll take it, obviously.
There we go. And Andy, after George straddles the button, picks up pocket aces, gets his standard raise. Oh no, he just calls. My bad. I thought he had a raise in his hand. Hiding in the weeds there with pocket aces. Don flats. Again, not picking up his cards. Ian with the suited jack.
275.
He gets the raise in, 275.
Why not?
Oh, wow. He skipped the tool, too.
And George just flats. Should see a 3-bet out of Andy here. There it is.
Bam!
Pull up, baby.
1,200 to
That's the
go.
last thing I'll say before I go home.
Those were the last words.
And that big 3-bet's enough to take it down. Scoop $600.
Have you seen it?
Yeah.
Nice raise by Andy there.
Yep, I saw it, too.
But it was suited. 3-4 of clubs. Is that what you see? You got 3-4 of clubs?
I had 8-3.
Club?
I think it was a club.
I think it was a club.
I don't remember. I don't remember the suit.
It's probably a spade. I had a club.
6-4.
Folding around.
3-fold, 5-fold. Yeah, thank you.
George picks up Queen 10, puts the raise in, 100 to go. Andy with Ace King, out of the small blind, out of position. He just flats. Gonna have heads up action here to the flop.
Oh, thank you. Look at that, I'm rich.
Something. Yeah.
What did you get? You got chicken and fried rice?
Chicken fried rice.
Let me do that.
J-side board, 3 clubs. Andy with top pair, top kicker, and the nut flush draw. He checks, allows George to bet. Gets the C-bet in. Andy flats. Going to the turn. And he picks up the flush. Put another check in. Let George bet the queen. Come on. Get that check in. You can do it. No, you want to bet. Don't do it. It took too long.
Huh? Oh, I go? I check. No, dude, I check.
He checks. George checks behind.
Fuck. I got you.
Shows the flush. Nice hand, Andy.
You know,
Tried to get George to do something there, and it didn't work. Even though he picked up 2 pair on the river, George knew something was up.
really? You check?
There's 4 fucking clubs out there.
I guess I got. Wait, I guess I won the min on that one, huh? I lost the min on you on the other one. I know. I found out what you had.
I wouldn't say you lost them. You could fold the turn. You only had second pair. You did cost 1,200 on the turn, second pair.
But I did.
We're throwing around lost them in kind of loosely. That's all I'm saying.
It all depends. The definition of the min.
Well, the min you can fold turn. You can't fold flop. That's a
What'd you have
problem.
that hand?
Which hand?
It was 10-7-6? Is that what you're
7-6.
talking
No, we're talking about an old one.
Set six.
Andy on the button with suited cards. He's in.
You're not raising ace king.
There's a $50 straddle.
No, I'm going with fucking what's his name?
Oh, he's down King Jack
I'm
there.
flatting ace king from now on.
But Zachary right behind him with Ace King off suit gets the raise in. 200 to go.
Huh?
Should have raised it last time.
I know. What do we got here?
Looking at 200 total.
I could.
Looking at 200. You've got the button. Yeah, and he's going to
Roll me
call.
home. Roll me home.
We're going to be heads up to the flop here.
Damn!
Jack high board. 2
Hell
clubs.
Fuck yeah. You know, if anything I bet now won't even seem like
Zach gets the continuation bet in with the Ace King.
That was not the best.
And he just had to reach for his chips in that particular hand.
Tampa too, right?
originally. Yeah. You heard how soft these things are. We actually moved them. We bought homes.
Hey, man, your timing's off, man. Fucking 25. Timing's off, man.
Oh, Corey's gonna fuck with me over that hand. If you really had 2 pair, Corey's gonna fuck with me.
I really have 2 pairs. It's 4 clubs up there.
I know.
This is the last hand he said?
Correct.
Oh, shit.
Here we go.
All right, I usually win the last.
Looking at the last hand of the night. Ian picks up pocket 7s.
What is going
Gets
on?
the raise in.
Is that a raise?
Yeah.
I'll ask you, can I raise? Can I make it 100?
Well, I definitely appreciate that sentiment, Mark. I'm always a fan of tipping your dealer. These guys do, they do take care of us. We appreciate everything we get. And this hand here, we've got heads-up action between John and Ian. John spikes an ace. He checks it. And Ian, with an under pair to the board, he checks. Going to the flop, turn, excuse me. John checks again. Ian checks behind. And he spikes a 7 on the river, and that's when John wants to reach for chips. Ian's got to love that.
You guys moving?
With the set.
All right, maybe I will.
I think I'm done.
I'm probably done.
I'll read the board here.
I don't know then again. Stop.
A little Hollywood
I'm
doesn't
the one
hurt
giving you money.
either.
What do you care about them? That's not true. You're the one that can take everyone out. There's another side to that coin.
I'm happy to only start playing.
Last hand of the night, this is
I'm
fun.
down like 4.
John betting his ace on the river just as Ian spikes his set. Trying to figure out if he can get any more out of John. Although he's taken quite a bit of time here, maybe too much time.
Nobody flips.
He just calls.
What?
Whoa.
I don't.
When did Ian get on top?
Yeah, it's the last hand. This guy's saying he's about to lead. All the winners are saying they're about to lead. Last thing I want to do is fucking make it 800 against a guy I've never beaten, and then he just like makes it 3K.
With the set, Ian.
John just living in Ian's head apparently.
You know, if you had his set.
I got a wide gap.
Now you
And
keep talking, Ian. You know, Ian.
that
Ian.
might be
Ian,
it. I
Ian,
don't know
shut
if they
up.
have
Don't say
one
another
more little
word.
bomb pot here. Nope.
Don't say
I think
another
that's going to
word.
do it for us tonight here on Best Bet Live. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You've been watching the 5-10-25 No Limit Hold'em game. We hope you enjoyed the show. Be sure to tune in next Friday, December the 13th, our next live stream, 5-10-25 Pot Limit Omaha, the only Omaha game we're streaming this month, so be sure to tune in for that. You can check out our website, bestbetjacks.com, for the rest of the live stream schedule. Any of the cash games you see there, you can get on the interest list for. Just send your information to Johnny P at bestbetjacks.com. Also coming your way, 12 Days of Christmas starting on Thursday the 12th. $1,200 high hands every hour from 2 to 10 p.m. going all the way up to the 23rd, $2,300 high hands every hour from 2 to 10 p.m. Monster High Hand is on Saturday the 28th, and a whole bunch more. All sorts of action going on here in Jacksonville, also at our sister location, Orange Park. For more information on our promotions and all the tournaments we're running, you can check out bestbetjacks.com. My name is Wes. I really appreciate you guys tuning in tonight and watching this game with me. Thank you so much. On behalf of everybody here at Best Bet, have a good night. Thanks for tuning in.
I'm in Amsterdam, which is without a doubt the cannabis capital of the world. And that's because of the enormous, almost unbelievable